What is up, everybody? Welcome back to the stream. Hope you're doing well. It's been another long day, of course, here, but I've been wanting to get back to do some streaming, especially after the last stream ended the way it did. Unexpectedly, I had a blue screen of death happen on my Windows 10 PC, which is the first time I've ever seen a blue screen of death on a Windows 10 machine, which was like, you know, all the different times I've done different things and crashed it, I've never seen that pop up. It usually just will force like a restart. And it like threw me for a loop for a second. So I was like, oh, okay. This is what the screen looks like, you know, in this version. And so I pulled out my phone, took a picture of it, looked it up, and it seemed to be a common error with the Windows 10 version 1903 updates. And my computer was like, hey, we're ready to update to 2004. So I'm like, okay, well, let's do that. Upgraded to 2004, been running everything, ran malware and a full virus scan, like full complete stuff, took like 14 hours because it ran through both drives. Computer stayed on the entire time, no problems, no other resets, so hopefully we'll be up and, you know, problem free again without any crashes. So if I do suddenly like lose stream, it may have happened again. It could have also been a problem with CMU could have caused it as well, but that'd be kind of rare. Usually that's pretty stable for an emulator. So if I suddenly disappear, I'll be back on mobile to let you know what's going on, like if something crashed out or whatnot. For now, we're going to continue playing The Wind Waker, the HD Wii U version. So let's get that up and going. I think around here was a good volume point. Seems like RTX has been like picking up different weird things today. Like it's been picking up like mouse clicks and other weird stuff. It's like I'm not sure why it's picking it up all of a sudden when in the past it hasn't. It's been pretty good. And then like today it just seems to be picking up on everything. I don't know why it's like so sensitive all of a sudden. Alright, here we go. So let's see, where did it save me? Since it crashed out in the middle of the broadcast last time, I'm going to take a guess that it's probably going to put me at the very start of the dungeon, but I should have that warp point to get back to the midway area at least, or at least where I opened up like that transportation pod or whatever I don't know what you call it. Yeah, so the start of the dungeon. There should be, there it is. Just something about this version where like the A just doesn't work for like that diving attack, because it seems like I constantly miss with this one. Okay. So you do need to cut down this bridge, but first I need to get what's inside here. So I'm pretty sure maybe I can get past it without it. Thought this bridge collapsed. There we go. It does. When you try to cross halfway apart. Okay. Alright, so that part remained consistent, but apparently I don't have what I need there just yet to survive it. Alright, so let's grab this. And need to get the torch lit. So apparently did not save that from last time. You got the thing! Treasure chart! Treasure charts are currently useless until I get the grappling hook, I think it's called. I'm not sure exactly what it's called in this game, but it's pretty much a grappling hook. It's got a claw on the end of it, and you go swinging off of different things, like different poles and stuff. And basically inside the boat... Wait a minute, dude. There we go. Oh. Okay, so I gotta figure out how to fight this stupid thing. Okay, I guess I didn't need him for anything. I couldn't remember. Maybe it's later on in this part. Yeah, I think it's over here or something. Or maybe not. Maybe it's some other dungeon where you need to actually, like, hit him into a ball. Pardon me, and use his body to, like, press down a switch. So that's where I thought I was at right there. Like, okay, I need to do this to, you know, get past a... You know, to hold down a switch or something, get into the next room, and it turns out I did not need to do any of that. Okay then, good to know. There's the big guy. Oh, that reminds me. I wondered if I saved it so I would not have all that bloom. Because of the hard shutdown, it may not have saved that graphics pack. Let me take a quick look, quick peek. Resolution, that's fine. Bless Sky Bloom. No, that's on there okay. That's fine. Here's the graphics pack. You can like up the resolution. Like right now I'm running like 720p, which is fine. You can actually run this up to like 4K. No, actually, you can actually run this all the way up to like 8K if you wanted to. If you had a monitor that would support it, you can, and a graphics card and a PC and everything else to make that massive increase. You can actually run this game in 8K, which would be insane. I think the most that I pushed this was 4K, and it still looks pretty good. Because this game only runs 30 frames per second. I started pushing Bayonetta 2 to 4K. I started like getting frame rates around 36 to 40 and I was running slow, so just keep it in mind if you ever do that yourself. I'm using Cemu emulator, so that's a big thing. Alright. Hey Jay, what's up? You finished Control. What an experience. It is a amazing game. Glad you loved it. Now you got to do the DLC, which I still have not done yet. Every stream it comes up whenever we talk about Control. I still have not done the DLC yet. I just love the janitor guy. He turns out, because I mean, they give little hints about it at first. Like, if you really want to trip, I think my game's too loud here. If you really want a trippy situation, go back and start a new game. Like, yeah, Ati. Yeah, I read that wrong at first. Ati. Yeah, so make a backup of your saves and then start a new game because it erases all your old games, unfortunately. And like pay attention to like the early end game stuff because it actually hints a lot of things that happen later on that you're just not aware of the first time through going through the game. Like Ati actually reads your mind the first time you go through and you meet him. Like you say something in your head like, oh man, he's a little weird, you know, but of course I've worked third shift before overnight and we get a little weird like that. He's like, yeah, I know what you mean, you know. And it's like, and your character just keeps going and you're like, you don't process the thought that you are thinking to yourself in your head. And Ati is like mind reading. Okay, you notice, yeah, because a lot of people don't notice that. Because I've asked them about that game, they're like, oh, I didn't notice that part until afterwards. I'm like, yeah, it's a big thing. You're the new janitor. Good going, game. Hey, we're gonna give you a parry, but not really. It's gonna be a funny parody. There we go. That's the right one. I don't know if it's an emulator thing, but like I can't block while I'm like Z holding like Z targeting. I have to let go of the Z target in order to like block. I don't know if it's an emulator screw up or what. Yeah, also when you hear him hum, you can't backtrack anymore. That's another thing there because the house keeps shifting behind you because he's part of, you know, the whole everything that's going on. I just love the fact that like the old house was like not something that they built. It's like something they had found and like, hey, let's make our base of operations in this mysterious house that moves all over the place. And we know like literally nothing about. It's like, I was like, what is the insanity behind this move? They're like, well, whatever, you know. It's like people can't find it. It's dimensional portals into different places. Like I remember when I first got to the quarry, because you go through like, you know, the different buildings, the hallways, and all of a sudden you're in an outside room with stars that don't match anything in our universe. You're like, whoa, what the hell? Let's show that the party went on vacation. Oh yes. But it like Control's one of those games you can kind of spoil a little bit, but it's still like you have to go through and still experience, because if you've never played the game, and even if you hear something wild about it, it's kind of like I went in and watched Fight Club. I knew that Tyler was the main character, but as you watch the movie, you forget about it until that twist comes near the end of the movie and you go, oh my god, but you're like, wait a minute, I knew that already. It's like it catches you off guard. So you can know things about that game still, and it'll still mess you up when you get to it. Okay, it's the game's like, you gotta beat these people first. Sure you can! Yeah, the music's trippy, but I just love the game for what it is. Anyway, it's very, I believe you said it was like or the SCP series is like that. It's very much like that. It was, so we had a show here in the States called Fringe, which was basically like a division of the FBI was investigating weird stuff kind of like that, you know. So that's what like the game really reminded me of. The part of me was like, if Fringe was a TV show, it's like, yeah, that's pretty close. Ooh, nice. Yeah, the only thing I have going on tomorrow is physical therapy for my back, and my sister and unknown like number of family members are coming in to say their last moments to, you know, say goodbye to my mom, so to speak. Alright, let's try this again. Ooh. GPU tessellation with GPU ray tracing. Well, hey, there you go. Bring it. You gotta work Control into that now. This amazing game called Control I just got done playing, and you should play it too, does all these things. Yeah, this part's a pain in the ass because I cannot. Maybe if I remap the button, I cannot target at the same time. So R is that, unfortunately. Let's try options, input settings. Let's see if I can just reverse these. Let's try R to be that, and DR to be here. See if that fixes it. You have no clue what it's going to be about. Besides the topic, well, at least you have the topic. That's a start, at least. Working through some Vulkan programming tutorials lately, preparation. That's good. Yeah, so, okay, so it's a button error, basically, inside the emulator. Yeah, so ZR on the controller is supposed to be the right trigger, but unfortunately that is not working with holding down the left trigger, so I had to put it to the right bumper, I guess you'd call it. Hey baby, what's up? Not Zelda, you came to rescue me. Dang right. You may be a freakish looking baby, but you're one fine chick. Because she's a bird. It's a bird humor. I have to tell you what I found out. This is terrible. Some creature is doing awful things to Great Volu's tail. Yeah, I'm sure it's the tail that's doing things terrible. Why did name not Zelda? Why did name Zelda not Zelda? Because you're not Zelda. You never, ever unless you're playing the CDI games, you never play as Zelda. You're Link in every single game, which is always bugged me because it's the Legend of Zelda. And what does Zelda do? She just waits for you to get rescued. You know, that's her legend. She keeps repeatedly getting kidnapped. Some guy named Link has to go through all these things here and do it. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to name him not Zelda. Because people do come in and think, like, I've actually talked to people, Jay, who have thought that your character is Zelda because you're doing all the stuff. I'm like, no. Oh, sweet summer child, no, you are not Link. You are not Zelda, you are Link. There's the CDI games I know for sure where you play as Zelda. The Wand of Gamelon and something else. Well, yeah, but you're not playing, but it's not a Zelda game, so to speak. You know, the CDI games, as bad as they are technically games where you do play as Zelda, but those are the outliers. One that Nintendo desperately tries to forget and will not admit it's part of the canon, really. So, actually what I did when I played through Breath of the Wild, I didn't stream it, but when I played through Breath of the Wild, there's actually a mod that turned Link into Zelda. So I'm like, here we go. It's like, this is perfect. You're finally playing The Legend of Zelda as Zelda. This game makes sense now. Yes, Bayonetta, the character who broke the game because she's too awesome. Pretty much, I remember, like, the Smash community was talking about banning her for the longest time. Great Valu's tail hangs down into the room right below here. It's gotta be something in there. Or if it means those monsters who captured me have something to do with it. Or me. We've got to do something now, before it's too late. I'll go tell everyone what's happening. Here, not Zelda. Use this to get out of here. It's what I used to get this far. It's a device we Rito used before we evolved wings. You still haven't evolved wings. You have arms. Someone's a damn liar. Got the grappling hook. This was an item used by the Rito people before they had wings, like she just said, if you weren't paying attention. You used to haul things up from the seafloor while on your boat, which is exactly what I need it for. Here, not Zelda. Climb that little ledge over there so I can show you something, while my great dragon god screams in agony while we dick around further. Alright, let's see. Let's put this for a bottle. Save. Grab this branch with the grappling hook. Oh, okay, that's changed. It used to be when you held this down. Okay, so how do I... Oh, this is gonna be really weird. Okay, so the original game, like pause here so you don't hear him just like freaking out constantly. When you press the button to use the grappling hook, your left analog stick, the one that moved you, would move up and down for your controls to throw where you want it to go. This game, you have to use the right stick in order to do it, which is really cumbersome trying to hold that down. So I had to like claw grip it. So I need to put this to a different button entirely. Let's put this to right trigger, see if that works. There we go, that's better. Tried Wind Waker HD for a little while. It's first Zelda game since like Awakening. Couldn't get into it very much. See, that's the thing, is that I've actually talked to people who hate this game, but you've actually played it. I've talked to people who hate this game and have never played it just because of the way this game looks, and that was like mind-blowing to me. The game I could not really get into was, other than the Majora's Mask, is Twilight Princess. This is gonna really mess me up until I get used to this. Twilight Princess was a game I just found to be utterly boring. It's like, okay, here you go, and here these three things pop out. You gotta attack them all at once, and you gotta keep... It's like a constant fetch quest is all it is. Like, you gotta keep finding these 12 bugs or whatever in order to move and unlock the next area. It's like, oh my god, just Let this end. Yeah, well, the thing was, like, back at the time, you have to remember, is back before Wind Waker was shown off, Nintendo had a demo showing the GameCube. And one of the scenes was Link fighting Ganon. Let's see if I can find it. It's like adult Link fighting Ganon in a room. Yeah, here it is. And like it was a Space World demo. And people saw this, were like, oh my god, it's gonna be like, and I was expecting the same thing too. We're all expecting the next Zelda game to be like this. And it was nothing like it at all. Then all of a sudden the next time you see this game, it is Wind Waker. And people were angry. It's like they were very upset. And people are like, this game looks ugly. It's like a cartoon baby's game. I'm not going to play this. This is stupid. And it's like they just messed out entirely. Let's see, what quality is this? 360p. I think it's like going to be the best we can get, maybe. Yeah, everything is like 13 years old. 8 years old. 4, it's the best one. Okay, so let me lower this down. It's going to be extremely blurry, but I mean, this is what people saw, and we were expecting the next Zelda game to be like this. And we didn't know that this was like just a tech demo, because they were just like, hey, this is Nintendo, this is what we're gonna do, this is our next games coming up. And they showed like very early Metroid Prime and everything else, and we're like, yeah, and then all of a sudden you get to this. You know, we were like, what is this? Yeah, we didn't know that at the time, though. I mean, you gotta think this is back like 2001? 2000? Yeah, that was 2001, so... I mean, it's the same thing kind of like at first when Killzone 2 was shown off, supposedly, for like, you know, for the PlayStation 3, all these crazy things I was going to be able to do, and it was all pre-rendered. A lot of people at the time saw that and went, oh my gosh, this is going to be amazing, and they didn't know it was a pre-rendered video. They had no, it was like a concept video, and people did not know that. Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like, yeah, and I've been guilty. Like, I was angry too. I mean, I was like, oh my gosh, why are they doing this? I don't want a kid Zelda thing. Because everyone was like, the best parts of Ocarina of Time, I thought, were when you were an adult. You got the Reality Epona, you had the, you know, the hook shot, you had all these cool things. And as kids, all they're like, whatever. But so we were kind of burned out on it at the time. We're just like, we don't want to do that. We want to be an adult Link again. And so we were kind of put off by it. And then you play the game, you're like, this is a great Zelda. It's like, you know, I personally, this is one of my favorites. This and A Link to the Past are my two favorite Zelda games. Oh yeah, the game industry is super guilty of that. Did I turn up? I think I just turned down my speakers itself. I think I turned back on the audio for the game. Yeah, I'm showing a readout. Good. But yeah, I mean, and that's the thing we're kind of missing without having an E3 this year because of stupid coronavirus, is we don't have like all these, you know, these nonsense press conferences anymore, really. We can't have Ubisoft do their annual, and EA do their annual in-engine stuff. You can't have Ubisoft do their annual downgrades for the graphics. Oh, this is gonna be... Okay, I gotta figure this out. I don't know why... The controller is not registering left trigger and right trigger at the same time. Maybe I just need to switch those to different buttons. I don't know. Profile name. Me. Save. Oh yeah, the Wind Waker, like, speedruns got, like, really cool. Okay, so what if I move... Sorry, I have to troubleshoot real fast. Problems I was not expecting. So L is going to be this. Actually, no. L is going to be that. Left trigger will be here. There we go. Okay. Okay, now I can do this. Okay, I can also shift and move. Okay, good. Okay, good. I finally have a solution. Okay. We are in business. Oh man, like Castlevania 64 was a game I did not like, but watching Narcissa do those speedruns was incredible. That was some trippy stuff. I don't think I have the big key. I do not. Oh god, I gotta redo my buttons. I've been like playing the game until now, and I have that muscle memory for what I need for like the past 3.5, 4 hours, and now I've had to change it mentally because I just changed my controls because they weren't working right. Oh, that's good. This is gonna throw me off. Yeah, the speedrun, I mean, I talked about this last stream. I can't remember if you were here for that or not, about how this started off as like a 6 hour, 5.5 hour speedrun, and now I think it's down to like 50 minutes or something crazy. Because I figured out how to do, first off, the mini game for like the battleship mini game on Windfall Island. They have a tool now that can basically get past that. They figured out the old RNG for it and blasted past it. So now you can get past it every single time. And now they also found the barrier skip too. They finally found that barrier skip to get past it and go right to the ending around the 45-minute mark. There's a one moment from Wind Waker I'll never forget. Runners talk about the run and all that, and how that word got corrupted into the urn for fun. No. Don't remember that part. Where do I need to go? Where do I go? Oh, that's right, I need to go downward now. No, do not let go. Do not let go. Bad. I need to go back into the pot. Aha, I steal your junk. Your soul is mine. I don't think I've had this like move hit like almost once just about. It's really hard. Yeah, like, especially if I knock a person down. Oh, that was funny. Kill his own guy. Let's see. Dark Souls speedrunner, not active anymore. Actually had a emote because of that. When you use the crane and Windwalker to fish up the Triforce shards. Yeah. Pardon me. Ah, I see. Okay, that makes sense now. Now I have more context for it. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think it was the Japanese version where you had to fish up like... Oh gosh, what was it? You had to get like the 8 pieces of the Triforce. I think like for the US version, they're like, we're gonna make it down to 3. I remember they did something where they shortened it up by a lot. Okay, so last time this was causing frame dips, so we'll see if that happens. It seems to be steady so far. Mostly, yeah. Okay, there's a position I need. Well, that's fine. Well, I mean, I'm playing an emulator right now, so that's perfect timing for it, really. I've run Persona 5 on my PC through RPCS3, and I've not gotten the 60 frames per second patch to work too well. There's like supposed to be like a mod or a hack to it to get to run the right speed. But I've just run it by the default 30 because the PlayStation 3 version runs 30 frames per second, the PS4 runs 60. So there are supposedly patches and things like that to try to make the emulated version run the 60, but I haven't gotten it to work quite right. Like certain things run too fast still, and then it's not really supported to do it. Do you need to acquire a BIOS? No, not really. I don't think you need to for RPCS3, to be honest. Let me take a look at my files just to make sure. Because I know that you need to have a couple different things in place. You need to have like the e-boot. Yeah, the PS3 update pup, as it's called, and it tells you like where you can download it. Actually, it's like go to the Sony's webpage and download it directly from them because you need this, to update your everything that you need. So it doesn't look like you really need anything special, really. You just have to go and download the games, which I do through a VPN because certain sites like Download Games PS3, I think it is. Yeah. So first off, you can find games here at that shady link. But I would definitely say use a VPN because I've heard some people getting like harassed there from Nintendo and other companies, from downloading from them. So if you have a VPN that can hide who you are, do that. Let's see, quick start. Yeah, I just need to install the PlayStation 3 firmware files, which it tells you how to do. It's like go to PlayStation.com and download it. You must download the latest PlayStation 3 firmware update file from PlayStation.com with a link directly to where you need to go. And yeah, so and this is the quick start. Yeah, just use a VPN, just so that way. I mean, it scrambles who you are. They can't find out, especially if your VPN doesn't have a log, like mine doesn't. I use NordVPN, and they don't keep logs on who I am or what I'm connecting to, and it's a shared IP address. So, even if somebody's like, "Hey, this IP address stole the movie," it's like, "Well, we had 1,000 people connected to it, and we don't know who it was, so tough shit." So it's like, hey, cool. Yeah, my ISP like busted me one time. Because I downloaded, I think it was Mission Impossible Fallout. My mom wanted to watch it. We saw it in the theaters. And then like 2 months later, I think like it hit Korea, and they are like South Korea is a major pirate place there, and they had like Blu-ray uploads there. So I downloaded it, and like my ISP shut off my internet. I had to call into them. I'm like, what the hell? They're like, yeah, we detected you have BitTorrent running on your computer and you downloaded this movie, and the movie studio contacted us and said that you were doing it here. You downloaded this file at this time, which is completely true. They're like, we'll turn on your internet access again, but if you do it again, we're going to completely turn it off and kick you off from the service. I'm like, okay. So that's why I turned around, got a VPN, got NordVPN, and I've never had any more problems because they don't know what I'm downloading. Even if they were to like find out what I'm downloading, it's all encrypted. So it's like, even if they're able to manage to grab it, it's going to be scrambled anyway, and that just takes too much time to decode that a lot of people are not going to bother with it. So, yeah. So whenever I download games like that, I just do it through a VPN and just to make sure I don't get hassled. Whoa, you're playing with fire there, Link. Almost figuratively and literally. Yeah, I don't think I can reach that from here on the bridge. I'm pretty sure I cannot. Yeah, that's a negative. Yeah, so Germany, yeah, if you have private internet access, that's fine. I mean, just do that, but that's what I use personally to make sure I just don't get hassled. Can I carry one of these back through the door with me? No. Alright. I could be taking the long way through this. I apologize if I am. I have not played this game in many years. Guess we're back up here now. Yeah, because remember you need to cut that thing down, and it goes down here. Yeah, so different torrent sites will have games you can... Okay, just loop me around the background on itself, damn it. But yeah, there's also like different torrent sites too that will also have games that you can download. You know, like PlayStation 3, just specifically, like, you can type in like PS3 type stuff itself, kind of like, I don't know, I mean, like if just somebody somewhere to like show up to a certain site, like possibly that link or whatever, I don't know. I mean, you could try copy pasta there or check it out yourself. You know, could be like, say this site, for example. You can actually filter in PlayStation 3 games. Seeders tend to be kind of low. Pirate Bay proxy tends to also be pretty good for PlayStation 3. If you can't find anything, or because I mean, sometimes like on the download games PS3 site, it's really aggravating. Like, you'll go in there, like, try to download a game, it's like 20 parts. I'm like, I just want to download the game and not spend like 6 days trying to do like every single individual part. I think like Persona 5 was like that for me when I wanted to try it out. So I think I ended up downloading that one via a torrent site. Oh, that was dumb. No mercy. Got the golden feather. What's up, Nimix? Hopefully you're doing well. We've been talking about this game and expectations, Control being an amazing game to play, emulating PlayStation 3 games. All sorts of topics tonight. Oh, okay, so block does not work on you. Good to know. I got the hook and I'm backtracking and I'm probably like missing where I'm not supposed to be going. Oh, sweet. Not that you lost power, but I'm glad that the UPS saved your butt. That's awesome. That's what I'd like to hear. And I still don't have one for my computer. So the beast only lasted for 9 to 10 minutes. Yeah, I mean, with the power draw that thing's pulling, no doubt. That's a situation where it's like, okay, the power's out. I just need to like shut this down now. It's like, I'm not gonna keep this thing going and seeing what I can do. It's like this instant like shut down, save what I can, turn it off. Exactly. Can I jump that? Yeah, I can. Okay, good. So, Nimix, because I know, like, Twalis likes it there, but do you like Mrs. Pac-Man? I can't remember if you like that game or not. I think you do. I think you're a fan of Mrs. Pac-Man. Yes, you are. Okay, yikes, 21 parts, yeah. So you might want to go, Jay, like I said, just try to download it from a torrent site. You can get the ISO straight. I think it's still like 19 gigs, however. I can't remember if I still have it on my computer. Let me take a look real quick. But anyway, Nimix, you might like that when it comes out. I'm normally not a fan of arcade 1-up stuff, but I mean, they have an X-Men versus Street Fighter that I would definitely get because I love that game to death. Persona 5. I don't think I have it on my computer anymore. I think I got rid of it because it's just like, well, I don't like the game anyway, so. I have Persona 4 Ultimax, Dragon Guard 3. Yeah, I don't have it. Yeah, so like I said, if you have a VPN, just do it through your VPN and you should be fine. As long as it's masking your IP address, then you shouldn't be hassled from anything, really. Super Pac-Man. I think is that one of the games on there? Because I know it's like a couple of them on there actually. Let's see. So it's got get out of here. Okay, because their official site turns out to suck really bad. Because it's like that's one of the other ones. They're like, here's all the games with it. It's like, okay, so it's Mrs. Pac-Man. Let's see. Let's try a different site. Arcade 1-up, Mrs. Pac-Man, go. Okay, so yeah, you get with the Pac-Man, Mrs. Pac-Man machine, you get Galaxian, Pac-Mania, and Pac-Man Plus. The one I really want is X-Men versus Street Fighter. Even though I have like the perfect Saturn port at home already, it's like and I'm against these stupid things. Like I really want it because it also has Children of the Atom, which I also have on the Sega Saturn again. X-Men Mutant Apocalypse. Now that one makes me question it because that was a Super Nintendo game. I'm like, are they really porting the Super Nintendo game to this arcade machine? That's wild. And Marvel vs. Capcom on there as well. So I'm like, ooh, I really want this machine. Just for that. It's like it finally broke me. Let's see, there's also a question about the download binary safe. Having this in the years, where to go. Well, Jay, you are talking to Mr. Piracy himself. You are in good hands. Did find an arcade box, Amazon, load up 3,000 games. Sweet. Yeah, there's a. Let's see, there's the US one. This is the one. Yeah, uTorrent's fine. That's where I did. So, that should work for you just fine. That's actually the one I ended up downloading myself personally. Ran it through virus scan, malware scanned it. It's perfectly fine. No issues with it. So if you really want to try it, you can do that. Can you be a guide? Say, what is a guide? You'll have to expound upon that further. Expand upon it. To expand upon it. To further not speak English, be gooder. Did I just walk into a dead-end room? No, I did not. Did I come from here? Yes, I walked in through here, came down this way, need to go this direction. As I needlessly backtrack where I need to go. Anything regarding USA Euro version? I don't know. I mean, that's the one I was able to find. I know there's probably a PAL version out there. Let's see. I'm gonna take a look. Uncheck these other things I don't need. Duplex has it, but it's the North American version again. I think download PS3, that website I put in earlier, I think it has the PAL version. Oh, you're talking about helping me guide me through the game. Yes, that might be helpful. I've actually played this before. But I just have not played it for so long. I got the grappling hook and I was thinking like, oh, I need to go back through here, and I went the entirely wrong direction apparently. So I just need to figure out where I need to go. Because I remember, I think you cut down this bridge? No, you don't cut down this bridge specifically. But I remember there being a bridge you have to cut down. I don't know. I use BitTorrent of all things, though, Jay. I still use. I'm not going to turn it on right now what version it is. I just use BitTorrent instead of uTorrent. Everyone's like, oh, don't use BitTorrent, use uTorrent instead, or don't use uTorrent, use, my brother Jack's uncle's Rob's website torrent client thing. It's like, as long as it works, that's fine. Does it download BitTorrent files? Yes, then you're good. It's like, but I use BitTorrent. I know other people who swear by uTorrent, so that's fine. Just however, as long as it downloads BitTorrents, then you're fine. It's not like LimeWire, Oh god, I gotta get this new muscle memory down. I had to change my controls earlier, because there was a problem with the emulator I'm using, where it wasn't registering the trigger buttons correctly. So I've had to, now I'm trying to undo, a good 4 hours of muscle memory. Yeah, just do, the free version. That's what I do. I just do the free version, and usually it's not an issue. Like once in a while, like there's a thing that'll pop up, like you'll have sound come up, and it'll show like the like, gosh, what is it? Like you'll have like different things for sound. Like you'll have like audio, like a little play on the lower left corner for like a video. You can go to the sound manager on your computer and turn it off. So, it shouldn't really be a problem, I don't think, there, because I've done that and I've never heard a peep out of it at all, or it caused any issues or pop-up ads or anything crazy. All right. All right, here we go. So, show me your eyeball. Show me what you got. There we go. Oh, so like, hey, I'm still on the platform. It's exactly what I need to. Oh, no, I'm not. Yeah, don't you like that? Like, don't ever pay for it. People are trying to scam you. Here's where you can buy it. Like, wait a minute, what? But it's okay if you buy it through them, though. That's the big thing. Oh, that was lame. Lame! Oh, thank you, Fairy. Had I known that you were there, I would have used you in a bottle. Okay. Haha! I was like, oh god, what has my life become? You got a fairy in your bottle. Make sure to poke air holes in there and feed it from time to time. You don't want to have another accident like last time, do you? Now, to my knowledge, it should automatically deploy when I die. In theory. I'm not sure if I have it equipped on here or not, or if it's just in general inventory. Not free when it benefits me. Yeah, so I still do not have the big key. I need to find that. Maybe it's something further up I didn't go to that I should have done. Well, he basically comes to life, there we go. This is where I'm supposed to be going. Haha! Yeah, I could have saved like 20 minutes, but that's not what we do here. I am not the master of gameplay. I am the master of mediocrity. Disappointment to all subscribers. Bayonetta's an awesome person. She just does mean things to people, that's all. But of course, also, you know, I am a fan of FMV games, so that should already tell you something's not quite right with me. That's usually a litmus test, like, oh, something's not quite right with this guy. He likes FMV games. Nobody likes those. Of course, about the last time I joked about somebody subscribing to my channel, they actually did. I was like, I was just kidding. You don't need to. Please don't. Yeah, this is the bridge I think you need to cut down. Yeah, this is the one I was thinking of earlier. Jay! Why? Why does everyone do this to me? I'm cursed. I'm like the only person who's like, don't subscribe to me. People are like, oh, he's trying to use reverse psychology on me. I'll show him and sign up and subscribe. It's like, no. Thank you for the subscription, though. That is funny. I do appreciate it. Your finger slipped repeatedly. It was terrible. No, you have to go through several steps in order to subscribe to a channel. It would have to be a repeated mistake. But if you want, I can just ban you. I mean, if that makes you happier. You're like, oh no, I didn't mean to subscribe. Sure, I'll ban you. No problem. I got you. I'm okay somehow. Yep, slipped, fell, got drunk, slipped, fell, landed on the subscribe button. Can't tell you how many times that's happened in my life. Yeah, speaking of that, I bought a bottle of UV vodka today. And I'm not really a vodka drinker. And it's my friend's birthday is coming up, and she's a vodka drinker. She loves UV vodka, so I'm like, okay, well, you know, I think she's coming to town possibly Tuesday. She's the one who has like all the chickens and stuff, and I buy eggs off of her. So it's like, well, if she comes and brings some eggs, I'll give her a big old bottle of vodka and say happy birthday. No, it's the brand. It's called UV. I don't know why. I've never looked into it really, why it's called that, to be honest. Um, Maybe it does that. I don't know. I'm not sure, to be honest. But I know it's like it's one of the better tasting vodkas because a lot of vodka just tastes like rubbing alcohol. Whereas if you have like really good vodka, it tastes almost like you're drinking water. It should be like smooth and just get you smashed out of nowhere. I don't know, I do know it's made from potatoes though. I actually know how to make a vodka. I got a recipe from Blueberry Vodka from the ambassador, from the Romanian ambassador in 1998. It was. And yeah, it was really good. And around the third shot, you go blind, but it's damn delicious. Tastes like blueberry water. It's really good. You get ripped drunk because it's pretty much moonshine. It's good stuff. Yes, you can actually do that. Here in the States, we have a filter called Zero Water. And that's like, it's a super industrial like filter. It takes a long time to filter water through, but it removes like almost every single mineral and other crap you can find into it. It will wreck it. It's going to destroy it. You can use a Brita cheap filter. It's not going to be as effective. But we've taken Smirnoff, which is like, yeah, zero water filter. So you can take a zero water filter and run Smirnoff, which is like rubbing alcohol almost. It tastes and smells like it's gross. We ran it through there a total of 5 times, which took something like 3 hours to do through the zero water filter. But it comes out incredibly smooth. So you can take junked vodka a lot of times and clean it up, but it's going to wreck and destroy that filter. So just keep that in mind. So usually for the price of the filter that you wreck and the vodka you bought, you could just bought a better vodka to start with. You know, it's kind of those things, it's like you're not really coming out ahead on a lot of times when you do it. Oh, I hope I don't mess this up. Okay, so one of the buttons is going to be the stop. I think it's... Yes, okay. So I had to change my buttons around, so my muscle memory's all screwed up. Pardon me. Yeah, a lot of tap water actually in our country, Jay, depends on where you're at. Like where I live, it really does taste like, it smells like a swimming pool. I lived in a state called Michigan, which has a lot of iron in the ground, and it tastes like metallic. You know, it's just like, it's different places where you go in the country, you have just different tasting water. It's really weird. I think like the best place for water we had was like New Hampshire, and that was like well water. So that was mostly from like melting snow off the mountains and stuff. So that was pretty good, but yeah, exactly. And like if you're making vodka at home, and just based off of a recipe you got from an ambassador who gave it to you, not realizing you were 16 years old at the time, you know, you're gonna make it wrong. You're gonna make it way too strong and go blind on the third shot. Temporarily, because I'm not that good. Now this is the one, okay, this is the one I need to knock him into a ball and put him on that switch. Okay. Oh, wrong button. He's gonna wake up. Yeah, usually when they make soft drinks from water and stuff, they will... It's usually like, yeah, Delaware is kind of weird like that. It is kind of like a swimming pool, almost water, kind of like they're not too bad, though. Like where I live in Pennsylvania, farther to the east or west of there, it's more like swimming poolish. But yeah, water, all sodas, carbonated drinks like that are just basically syrup added into water. But a lot of times they'll use like filtered water or distilled water to basically remove all those different like tasting minerals and, you know, different things that could be in there to make it more neutral and flat, so it just tastes plain and boring. So you put in that syrup, which makes it, give it that soda flavor for Coke, Dr. Pepper, Pepsi, whatever you're making it into. The big key. Yeah, because when I was working at a convenience store, they had a soda fountain, and it was like, it's all just filtered tap water coming through. And we had to connect these big, large bags to it. Like we'd have like a bag for Coca-Cola. It's just all the Coca-Cola syrup. So when you hit the button, it would put a small shot of that syrup into the water running through into your, like the carbonation and stuff like that to make your Coca-Cola. And it was dirt cheap. It was like, that bag was like $5. And we were selling the drinks, fountain drinks, for like $2 each. So I mean, that's why a lot of restaurants make a lot of their money on the drinks, on their soda, like their sodas and soft drinks and stuff, because it costs them like pennies to buy, and they make like dollars in return. They make so much more on top of it. Yeah, that's also like different things. Like there's different soda makers too. Like what is it called? SodaStream. You can make your own sodas at home. Yeah, Germany, I remember the water in Germany being very good. And that's something I have to tell other people who've never traveled to other countries and been around the world and stuff, is like, it all depends where you go. Like Mexico, terrible water. That is like famously water that you will drink and it will make you sick. Which was funny because I went there one time with friends and like, they were drinking, you know, tequila and everything else, and they're like, haha, man, don't drink the water, we're gonna drink booze instead. We found a loophole, and they had ice in their drinks. Also had friends who did that when I was in India, and yeah, they got sick too. It was like, haha, you didn't think that part through, did you, genius? It's like even in India, you use like bottled water. Like we stayed in the Hilton, but even then, like in an upscale hotel, you still use bottled water just to brush your teeth. You know, you didn't take any risks. Oh, that's massive slowdown. Was that the movie with Orlando Bloom? I think I saw that. Like during the Crusades or something? Some of those movies where like it's 3 hours in length and it turns out that they have like oh, it's a video game. Okay. So I thought there was a movie like that too. Back this way. Peasant simulator. Yeah, I think that's the one you told me about before. Like, you start off as a peasant and kind of like work your way up through the game, you know, the different classes and so forth. I think that was you who was telling me about it. All right, we're actually making progress after like an hour and 12 minutes. We're finally making progress on the stream. All right, we're doing it. Now, in the GameCube version, I stopped calling it Dreamcast finally, but on the GameCube version, when you hit continue, it used to go, it'd play another tune, and then this game's like, boom, nothing. Yeah. Gosh, I can't remember what terrible movie it was. 'Cause my friend maybe watched like 30 minutes of it, something like that. It's one I was like, oh, it's a medieval movie where everyone has like Brooklyn accents, like, hey, yo, I'm a knight. You know, it's like, oh god, why am I watching this? But there was like some drunk woman who was like, drank constantly. She was like 9 months pregnant, drinking nonstop, baby's born, stillborn. And what do they do? They just like literally shove it into like an ale barrel with its legs sticking out and burying it. I'm like, why am I watching this shit movie? No, it wasn't Robin Hood Men in Tights. It was something in like the early 80s. I can't remember what it was. But it's known for like a lot of nudity. And I think it had an X-rated cut, which is like adults only in my country. It's called NC-17 now. I'm not sure what they call it over in Germany with the different ratings in different countries. Yeah, it's just like, it was a terrible movie. My friend's like, this is a great movie. I'm like, I watch bad movies. I enjoy bad movies when you know they're bad movies. But this was just a straight up bad, not good movie. Like, The Room is a bad but good movie because it's so bad it's funny. Jim Cotta I love that movie. I'm still waiting for Riff Tracks to come out there with their, audio commentary for it. Is a cult classic, bad but good movie. You know, that movie you tried to show me was just bad, bad. There's no redeeming it really. All right, here we go. Boss time. Stop being entertaining. That means I have to be entertaining to start with. You assume a lot of things from me, Jay. Oh yeah, this guy's fun. So what am I gonna do? I'm gonna pause it for a second because I need to run to the restroom. So I'll be right back myself. Need to grab myself a drink anyway. Just like Jay's doing. I'll BRB. I'll leave it on the screen. Be right back. I mean, I could pee into the trash can. There's no OSHA here. I'm not at work. No one can sue me for indecent exposure. But yeah, hang tight. I'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes. All right, I'm back. Sorry about this. Okay, had brothers in the downstairs bathroom, so I had to go upstairs and grab a drink, and then take care of the dog real fast. Stop ninjas from attacking. The usual stuff. Streamer made the human metabolism. Yeah. Mine doesn't work too well. I can tell you that. But yeah, I got one. I'm imagining you yelling "shun" in the Charlie the Unicorn fashion. Shun, Charlie, shun. All right, here we go. Boss time. Oh no, it's a big bad boss. All right, cool. I was hoping so. I was like, please tell me you're doing Charlie the Unicorn. Okay, emulator does not like this part. Noted. My favorite though was still llamas with hats. Carl, the rampaging alpaca, or llama, I should say. This was llamas with hats. Carl, why is there a dead guy here? Well, it's an interesting story. I went up to, get a grapple, glass of water. Okay. Yeah, I saw a guy in here. Then what? And then I stabbed him 47 times. Carl, that kills people. It's like, where are his hands? I ate them. Yeah, usually something, well, you have to have a musical number first, then your kidney gets stolen. I always like the second episode of Llamas with Hats. Because, that's like the cruise ship one. Where it's just like, he's like, the cruise ship is on fire and you're hearing about all the terrible things he did, which led to, everyone dying. It's like, where are the other lifeboats? I bit holes in it. Yes. Only hands can satisfy the rumbling in the tummy. Okay, so I think now I need to drop it on him again. But then I need to run up and smack him in the old eyeball. Did that not do it? No, I need to do... that. That'd be a horrible way to die. Some little brat comes into your lair and just repeatedly stabs you in the eyeball. Yeah, it's those things where the guy who created it, Jason Steele's kind of like, well, I can only do so many crazy things so many times, and it became kind of surreal. Like, he ends up killing everybody in the entire world, and then he finally just dies himself. It's like, wow, this is kind of a weird ending, but here we are. Yeah, but Jason Steele's stuff, I love his stuff. I absolutely love his animations. He did one on the cake boss. Pointing out that a lot of the cakes that guy makes for that show are just garbage. You can't actually eat them. He's like, oh, it was a great cake except for all the unedible parts, which was basically almost everything. Yeah, he should have just ended it, but then he tried to take it on this big long journey. He also did Detective America. Yeah, I think that was what it was, Detective America, something like that. Let's see. He did a movie on that, it was hilarious. Let's find what. Yeah, Detective Heart of America, the film. I think he's still working on the finale for Charlie the Unicorn. It's been like 3 years or something crazy. It's like, dude, just finish it. You can do it. Not Zelda. Hey, it's Twerp Kid. Appreciate a fantastic looking cake. Sponge cake and buttercream. Yeah, fondant, it's funny because like my ex-girlfriend makes cakes professionally. She used to. She's the only person I've ever come across who can make fondant that tastes good. It doesn't taste like candle wax, doesn't taste like garbage. It's fondant. It looks like fondant. It is fondant, but it actually tastes really good. It's mind-blowing. I'm like, you should sell this. It's like, I know you're a professional cake maker and you sell them by proxy that way, but I mean, nobody else has figured out how to make fondant taste good. She did. It was mind-blowing. Yeah, fondant is just like the description in the Cake Boss video that guy did, Film Cow did. It's like, it tastes like candle wax dripped on top of like Rice Krispies. It's terrible. It's not good at all. It's like waxy. It's just those things that looks good. It just doesn't taste good, but she figured out a way to make it taste good. I'm going to have to ask her next time I see her again, or message her like, hey, how did you do your fondant that actually tastes good? Not like garbage. I hope I can be like you someday, not Zelda. Not likely, because I'm not a freak like you. Zelda's a jerk. You will, Kamale. I just know it. Right, not Zelda? I'm like, no. I am awesome. So, not Zelda, here. I want you to take this, not Zelda. Giving you the thing I value most will give me the courage I need to stand up to bad things. What? No, that's not how it works. What are you teaching this kid? You received Din's Pearl. This is the gem the Ritos claim was passed down from the great goddess. The Great Valu is grateful to you, not Zelda. Aha, I see. Use the wind god's wind? That's what he said, but I don't understand. I wonder what it means. That thing I already did earlier before doing this entire quest, yes. Almost forgot the Great Valu also names you, not Zelda, a true hero. I agree with him. As far as we're concerned, not Zelda, you really are a hero. What'd you think I was before? I mean, these people must not really thought high of me. I'm gonna go and visit Valu. I'll come see you sometime with the best pair of wings ever. Yeah, I'm sure. He died 5 minutes later. He fell into the lava. His people didn't realize you shouldn't make the path to your god be full of death traps and in an active volcano. Thanks so much, not Zelda. See you again someday. We'll see each other plenty of times. Yes, I would like to save. Okay, so that looks to be about good audio. We'll check out one of my favorite clips from Jason Steele, aka Film Cal, the man who makes... he did the one on Aladdin, which pointed out that, like, Aladdin's just nothing but, like, a sociopath who's just, like, like, oh... He's like, no, I'm just gonna lie to this girl to make her she falls in love with me. You know, I could be myself, but I think I'll just take lying to her and make her think I'm rich and a sultan instead. There's a lot of things I wouldn't put in outside Active Volcano when I think of it. Yeah, lots of things, you know, like the path to your gods and so forth. Probably not good either. But yeah, I love this skit. This one cracks me up so much because it talks about how ridiculous the show is, the Cake Boss show, and everything else that goes with it.
Hey, I'm Buddy. I'm the boss.
Buddy, can you deal with the customers for a minute? I need to go home and watch the Rachel Ray show.
That's my sister, Grace. She's not the boss. I'm the boss.
Buddy, I accidentally dropped all the cakes in the toilet.
And that's my sister, Mary. My sisters are cunts.
Buddy!
We've had a customer come in this week who wanted a cake for his fishing resort, so I decided to make a cake in the shape of a fishing resort. He's gonna be so surprised.
Buddy, I brought a big jar of scorpions into the shop and they're eating the cake you just made. Also, I sat on it. Aww.
You know how long I worked on that fucking cake? I'm the fucking boss. I should fire you two.
But we're your family, buddy! I'm Italian!
So I had to make a whole new cake, but this one turned out even better than the last. It looked exactly like a fishing resort, and the whole thing was edible too, except for all the wooden planks and shit we put inside. Also, instead of making it out of cake, we used sheets of Rice Krispies treats and fondant, so it tastes like you're eating breakfast cereal covered in candle wax.
Buddy! Your wife's on the phone, but I accidentally hung up and then stepped on all the cannoli.
My wife's birthday's coming up, so I thought I'd surprise her by getting her something special. A cake! It's her favorite flavor, too. In fact, it's the same cake I've surprised her with every birthday and anniversary since we've been together. One year, she said she didn't want any more cakes, so I locked her in the cellar for a while. I'm the fucking boss. I tell you what you want for your birthday, and you always want a cake. You got that?
Please let me out of here!
Say it! Say it!
You're the boss!
Again, say it again!
You're the boss, buddy! You're always the boss!
That's right. I'm the fucking boss.
I love that. It's just so demented. So great. I said my other favorite one too was like It's Aladdin. We might as well check this one out too, because it's my other classic one, because it points out exactly what's wrong with the Aladdin Disney movie by far and away. It's just, it's horrible when you stop to think about it.
Oh, hey, look, it's a lamp. Sweet. Blah, 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 blah. Hey, I'm a genie. You want to hear my Elvis impersonation?
Who?
He's a singer from like 1,000 years in the future.
Oh, no, I'd just like to do my wishes, please.
Okay, whatever. Go ahead.
Well, like, the poverty in Agrabah is super bad. I run into starving children practically every day. Kids are getting their hands chopped off. Women are bought and sold. The government's run by people who are either idiots or evil, so...
Yeah, get rid of poverty and establish world peace and social equality. Anything else?
No, wait, hold on. I'm just thinking out loud. I want you to disguise me as a prince so I can trick the princess into sucking my dick.
Well, I've got some rules. I can't make people fall in love.
No love. I just want to lie as much as possible to convince her to sleep with me. I think she's like crazy shallow and won't give a shit unless I'm marching into the city surrounded by jewels and slaves.
Have you tried talking to her?
Yeah, no, we hung out, we talked, we had a good time. She was super into me.
So you don't think that she'll recognize you just being in a prince outfit?
No, I mean, I clearly don't have any respect for her intelligence, so I just like to deceive her and, have her show me her boobs.
Man, all right. Hey, if I do all this, would you mind, like, I don't know, wishing for my freedom?
Maybe.
I mean, I am like a slave. You're a slave owner right now. The moral thing would be to free me right away.
Hey, you help me trick this chick into boning me, we'll talk.
This whole thing seems kind of fucked up.
Come on, it's not like I'm Jafar, who's using magic to deceive people in order to get what he wants. I'm using magic to trick a princess into taking off all her clothes, making me the rightful king of Agrabah.
I could also do a good Arnold Schwarzenegger. Pretty much only impersonations of people who don't exist yet.
I mean, that is like Aladdin to a T. That is like spot on. Oh, Rachel Ray. No one should ever watch Rachel Ray. She does not belong on television. Okay, back to actual gameplay, which is what I'm supposed to be doing on Twitch. Alright. Alright, Beetle! Come here, buddy. Need to buy more junk from you. Get up there, please. Thank you. Let's take... Bait bag needs to go up. Well, never mind. I don't have any bait. That's why I need to buy some. So I can actually get things on the map. I love that they worked him also into Breath of the Wild. I think that's amazing. No, both versions of Aladdin really are like that. It's still the same plot. It's still, you know, he's trying to, like, basically trick the princess into thinking he's rich, even though they spent all day and, you know, they had a great time, almost kissed, you know, just when she, you know, knew he was poor. And then he basically gets the genie and, you know, it basically shorted up the story there and starts, like, wishes that he was rich and powerful and then tries to trick her and she doesn't realize who he is. It's just like, it's a whole screwed up thing. The original first story was actually not set in, like, Middle East, like Persia at the time, would basically be Iran today. It was actually set in China, was the original story. It was just kind of weird, but then they decided to move it to the Middle East for whatever reason. Seems like you've remembered something. Kimbo the White Lion? Oh man, that is an oldie. They just ripped that off like nobody's business. Yeah, instead of Scar, like the evil uncle, is actually the evil aunt. Instead, I can't remember what her name was. I mean, it is like wholesale, just like taken like completely. They just basically they admitted like, yeah, we wanted to do Kimbo the White Lion, but we couldn't get the rights, so we just changed the story a little bit, moved things around, and did our own version. It was like, and it's the Lion King. I'm like, this is something from like the '60s, but it's actually based on something even older, like from like I think 1920s, I think. No, it's you can pull up stuff online to see like exactly what it is, and even interview with people with Pixar. They're like, yeah, we wanted to do a Kimbo the White Lion, but we couldn't get the rights, so we went and changed things around and made our own version of it. Does someone at Disney or Pixar have a gun to your head right now, Jay? You know, blink once. I won't be able to see, but blink once if true, blink twice if no. Yeah, I think it was like Your Movie Sucks did like a 2.5 hour video on it. I think he was going all the way back to like the original way back like 1920s comic version. Kimber promotes vegetarianism in the jungle. Lion King's all about the circle of life. Couldn't be more different, completely different, absolutely. If anyone doesn't know what I'm talking about here, I mean, there's multiple videos on it now on YouTube. But I mean, you could actually pull up like different comparison things like this, where basically it kind of shows like, okay, here's the original like 1965 animation, you know, from the 50s, like in different compilations for the different ones throughout the 80s and so forth, the different remakes they've done, and it's like side-by-side comparisons to the Disney 94 version. They're like, at first they tried to play it up like, oh, it's coincidence, and they're like, no, we kind of tried to do it this way. But the worst one I've ever seen, the one that like really turned me off, I never liked Disney a whole lot as a kid anyway, because I got exposed to anime when I was 4 years old, and that kind of just ruined everything. When you see After D when you're like 12, like you're like 4 or 5, that kind of ruins you for life. You're like, oh yeah, this stuff's way better. But isn't there? That's just where, no, it's not here is where I'm thinking. I was thinking there was a waterfall you can go swimming through. It's not this place. But yeah, so I was not really a fan of Disney, but when they started doing Pocahontas, that was like so far off the historical mark. I'm like, I'm done with this. It's like, no way. I don't think I've ever seen this guy here before. Not one of the Native Islanders, are you? No, I'm not. What do you want? No idea how I'm supposed to get up there. I have a job interview. Really, dude? Here, let me help you. Do that. Do that now. How about if I steal your stuff? Steal your stuff. No, it's like I said, it's really, they really did like take it. They did change things around so they wouldn't really exactly get in trouble with it, but yeah. It's not the old Kimbo stuff, but everything. Your Movie Sucks really covered everything they could. Yeah, because I said you had like a 2.5 hour video. I haven't seen it yet, but I glanced around through parts when I was going way back to the old original, like 1910, 15, somewhere around there, early 1900s comics. You know, the original source material and everything. Yeah, when people like say that like the 97 version they use for comparison, it's like you need to actually look back to like the 66, 64 version. Because even Japan went like, hey, this is like, you know, even Japan is like very fascinated with Disney. It's kind of weird how like American kids here are like, yeah, anime, and like And like, you know, Disney, yeah, whatsoever. And in Japan, they're like, they go nuts for Disney. So, you know, the 97 version kind of like all started borrowing from The Lion King. It's like from each other. It's kind of like stacking on and taking from each other. It's weird. Time to lose. Let's depart once deferred a place. Next Pearl sleeps. We sail for the south. Okay, so we need to go south. If I can get on board. If you let me get on board, please. Let me go over here so I don't drown. Dude. Oh, okay. So you're not gonna let me get on the boat and then change direction. Okay, fine. We'll do it your way, stupid. So what is my... Do I need to... What is the button now for the Wind Waker? This is gonna be weird. So I need to figure this out real quick. Oh, up on the D-pad. Doop, 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 doop. I'm real dumb. Yeah, the real Akimbo storyline, like through all the years, gets pretty wild. Alright, here we go, and let's save. There we go, that's a good one. No, slow down. Come on, game. Alright. Go. Tingle's Island. There we go. Now, this guy shows everywhere. This is the guy you need to feed, and then by doing so, he'll actually like map out your chart. It's like you got nothing but Z's drawn on it. It's pathetic, like you. In fact, it's almost an insult to call that thing a sea chart. Come here, I will release my fecal matter upon it. It's a matter of small fry, I'm just trying to be nice here. Telling you you've got a problem, and you do. You're ugly. Don't give me that stupefied look. Makes you look like you ought to be in diapers. Oh, this guy's like, hey, I'm gonna help you out, but let me insult you for 5 minutes straight. I'll teach you what I know about this island, so open your sea chart and make it snappy. There's a real peculiar cave towards the backside of this here Dragon Root Island. I doubt you'll ever get there to see it unless you manage to sprout wings and fly. I'll do this for you since I'm feeling so generous. I'll send word to all my brethren living near the islands of the Great Sea that all insult you every single time you come across us. If you see a fish leaping out of the water when you sail near the island, sail to it and spread the bait. Pardon me. You, a master baiter, should put it on the water surface. Trust me, it's a good advice, Fry. See, the baiting process allows you to chart the island along with any info that might be useful to you. I highly recommend you make a habit of doing so. If again need a reliable sea chart to help you search for things out at sea, can't emphasize that enough, Small Fry. You need a well-drawn chart. Yeah, I know. Just shut your mouth. King Red Lion Guy. I've repaid my debt. I'm done. What the hell did he do to get a debt? It's like, hey, I'm done. Leave me alone now. Okay, but they also set it to, so you can either have it set to the button, or you can actually put it on the D-pad, which is kind of interesting. Okay, so we have to go here. Unfortunately, early on in the game, it kind of like makes you do what it wants. Like, you're really kind of linear at start. Like, you have to go here. Like, you can't, I don't think I can get back to Windfall. Let's see if I can. We'll try it. Oh, this is weird. The original did not do this. It was like, okay, it's like just, you know, point the direction you want the wind. It wouldn't shift your camera. This is my first time playing the HD version. I've always played the GameCube version. Alright, so let's head back to Windfall, because you can actually get the fast sail now. Because I know I read it up that you have to actually get past Dragon Roost Island, then you can get the fast sail. Savage. If you're a boat, you get lonely, you get splinters in weird places. I've heard about that. Purple rupee. 50 rupees. That's just great. You did a good job. Yeah, that's like a pirate ship over there. Or is that? No, that's Beetle ship. Okay. There's also like you'll come across like armed pirates who will have like cannons. They'll shoot bombs at you. These are the diving brothers over here. Yeah. Mighty fine boat you got there, bub. Searching for treasure on the seafloor too, aren't you? Won't get any from us. Not likely. Then you just pull out your sword. He's like, here it is. Don't stab me again. Who wanders around on a fishless sea? Okay, so if the sea doesn't have fish, everyone's on these small islands. You can't grow enough food to sustain yourself. How are people alive? I know it's a video game. I'm overthinking things. This is what I do with 178 IQ. I overthink dumb video games, but it makes me wonder. It really does. And while I wonder about that, I'm going to take a bite of a Fifth Avenue. A crunchy peanut butter and a rich chocolate coating. I've not had one of these in years. It's like a peanut butter chocolate Baby Ruth. Complete with it getting stuck in your teeth. Amazing. I saw one today while I was out running around. I'm like, I had to buy whiskey because I made whiskey burgers for dinner. I'm like, I'll jump into the convenience store. I'm like, ooh, a Fifth Avenue. I haven't seen one of these forever. And yeah, it's not bad. Pirates, monsters, treasure hunters like ourselves. Maybe some other things I've never heard of. The weak island dwellers who never leave their shores. I'm amazed to see such a tiny little guy out here. Like your style. I feel like I've known you my whole life. I'm insane. I'm deprived of oxygen. I probably have bends on the brain. Too many nitrogen bubbles. Tell you what, as one treasure hunter to another, I'll give you this. You'll definitely be needing it if you want to haul up treasure. I won't take no for an answer. Got me in trouble once with the law, but just take it. Treasure chart. Yeah, I know. Shut up. No. Wrong button. Eat my delicious food. Paw Print Island, yeah. Do you know what Choo Choo is? If you're gonna translate directly from Japanese, it'd be kiss kiss, I guess. Chew is kiss in Japanese, so I'm guessing twice would be kissy. Oh hey, see, exactly like that. They even made a joke. Now talking about the sound you make when you kiss someone. Choo choos. Yeah, so if you don't know that chew is Japanese for kiss, you might be confused. But like, what do you mean? What does choo choo have to do with kissing? Language joke that didn't quite translate over. Slimy monster like puddles of goo. Yep. Avoid them if you can. I know there's a potion brew. If you weren't paying attention, throw out more bait. I'm a stingy jerk. Alright, over to Windfall. This is really weird. I don't think I've ever seen the sky turn this white color. See treasure. Did I get it? Sweet. How's my health situation doing? It's getting better. I unfortunately pulled my oblique, which is a muscle on the side of like your kind of like side of your ribs, because I'm doing physical therapy now. And then yesterday I went food shopping and pushed around a very heavy cart. Something I'm not supposed to be doing, but when you're depressed, when your dad's a useless shit because he's so depressed he can't function, your brother's never home, and when he does, he doesn't do shit, and your mom's dying from a brain tumor, it leaves you to do all the stuff in the family that's required. So, you know, my dad's like, well, you shouldn't be hurting yourself. It's like, well, you're gonna get up and do this? No, then shut up. You know, it's like, don't talk to me about it. So, back's getting better. I'm doing physical therapy. I actually have to do it. I have it tomorrow, Tuesday, and I think Thursday this week. 3 times a week I'm going. I can actually drive now. It's one of the things I found out that I can drive, but I really shouldn't be doing it because you have to do, like, you have to twist and look at the back of your car to see where you're backing up. And twisting is not something I'm supposed to be doing right now, recovering from my back fusion. So that's kind of an issue. So I have to kind of like, you know, use my backup camera and like tilt my head as far back as I can, actually twisting my back to look out back. And I have to do like emergency brake, that's a problem too. Like I can brake and gas normally, but if I have to hit the brakes hard, that causes a lot of pain. So technically I should be driving, but I can. So I'm making progress, but you know, it's still too early for a lot of things. And okay, I need disable preview. There we go. All right. Oh, yeah, it is like far better. It's like I still have pain, you know, but it's like way better than it ever was. So it's like it's actually manageable and controllable now. So like that's good. Got on the wrong side. I think it's like $300 for the sale, so hip surgery a week ago. Ooh, yeah. No, that's still, hip surgery is a pretty big thing. I mean, that's pretty painful. Ah, crap, the guy's not going to show up because it's Nighttime. Can I steal his stuff? Come on, not Zelda, crack that safe. Ugh. Yeah, Corona and everything else going on. People are on edge about it. It's getting better. You know, it's CC, Centers for Disease Control, my country. The big thing there is like, oh, it's not that infectious. It is super infectious. Well, maybe not so much. It's like, you guys just need to admit you don't know what you're talking about. You know, it's contagious. Yes, people are going to get it, but yeah, it's a big thing. Like, in my country, they stopped doing surgeries for a while, unless it was like major required surgery, like my mom's brain tumor. That's like emergency surgery, so they do that. But like my back, if I didn't have it done when I had it done, you know, I literally like got right under the line for when they stopped doing surgeries. You know, like I'd still probably be waiting to have my back done in agony. So, but yeah, it's not too bad. My sister is a nurse, and she actually dealt with like the first COVID-19 case, or the Wu flu as I like to call it, in Kansas City, which is where she lives. It's a town in the middle of the country, just about literally. So she's like, even she's noticed that like a lot of the cases coming in the emergency room have like really dropped off for it. So that's good. Anything around this corner? Yes, pot. Yeah, so she's been taking pills. That's good. Hopefully that's helping with her pain for sure. And doing rehab. Other people apparently told her they have no pain. Oh no, I mean, you need those drugs. I mean, hip surgery, I'm not sure if she just had like a, was it like a socket replacement, or she had like a total hip replacement? Because I mean, that involves like literally like the socket that goes into your femur, they literally cut that off and take a hammer or a mallet and drive in the new socket to put in there, the ball socket for your hip. You know, the same thing for like the hip itself. They're like they have to cut out bone and everything. It's like you're not taking it just for fun. You're just not going like on board and you know it's a Saturday or Sunday night or whatever day and I don't know what to do. Instead of drinking, I'm gonna take these drugs. It's like you just had major painful surgery. Take them. It's like it's what they are there for. Whoa, that's okay. Back up game. Gotta. What is my crouch now? Put away. There it is, okay. Yeah, some people are like that, and like, some people are just fine, like ibuprofen, like, okay. Or as I call them, IB do-nothings. I'm actually like allergic to ibuprofen, so for me, it's like Tylenol or like hardcore drugs. So some people are just fine with like almost taking nothing. They have a high pain tolerance, or ibuprofen works fine for them, or Tylenol. And there's people like you need to have like oxycodone or a fentanyl patch or whatever. You know, it's like I'm on fentanyl and Dilaudid right now, which are two major hardcore drugs, and I'm functional. You know, it's like it depends about your pain level and who you are and what you need. If you've had like a major surgery, don't ever feel bad about taking those things. I mean, they are there for a reason. You know, if they didn't believe you, they wouldn't give you something like that for it. They go like, oh, you had hip surgery, who cares, you know? Yeah, give me placebo and I'll stab you. And having been on the drugs I'm on for so long, I will go into withdrawal. So in 12 hours, I would know if you screwed me over on my pills or my pain patch. Kind of right away. You would not be having a good day. Alright, so on an island, time stops. Yeah, that's the thing too, is like it always amazes me when people are like, oh, I don't know if I should get surgery for this or not. I'm like, people like need like hip or knee replacement, and like, oh my god, it's like I had to fight for 2 years to get my back operated on, you know? And these people are like, fine, I can live without this. Like, just do it. Your life's gonna be better. You're gonna be sore first, of course, naturally, but I mean, you're going to heal up and be so much better for it. It's like your mom may be in pain right now, but I can guarantee in probably about another 2 or 3 months, she's gonna say it's absolutely worth it. It would not surprise me at all to hear her say that. Oh gosh, this is really okay. There we go. It's funky. I just want to make sure I get off of Windfall Island, get out here away from there. Yeah, it should start progressing time if I just... There we go. Well, tell me what to do. I'm trying to get to the fast set. No, stop. King of the pricks is what you are. Kind of person who quickly jumps to, I guess, my life type mindset. Yeah, well, it's like for me, example, I had to fight with a lot of surgeons just to get them to try to do the surgery for me. And they're like, you're never going to be pain-free. I'm like, that might be, I mean, that's fine. I can live with that. I can live with pain, but I need to be able to walk, which I was unable to do before. You know, I was like shuffling like 2 or 3 centimeters at a time when I walked, you know, painfully. It's like, I need to be able to walk. I need to be able to go to work and like be employed. I need to have these things actually happen. You know, it's like, I don't expect to be pain-free. I'm not stupid. I know the pain's going to be part of my life from now on, but I want to get down to a lower pain level or possibly off them entirely, the painkillers, the opioids and stuff. But it's like, okay, I'm not going to be able to lift a whole bunch of weights again. I actually talked to my physical therapist about this last time. I'm hoping time is progressing right now, unless I'm just really boned. Give it another minute or two, because I'm not seeing anything really changing. I think this is part of the game where it actually does go nighttime no matter what you do. Pardon me. Yeah, just like they had to like put metal screws and bars into my bones. I'm actually growing a new bone in my back. You know, the fuse that that's what's going on. And it's like, it's pretty insane stuff. I think I have the pictures I can show you if you haven't seen them. But I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, you're going to have pain the rest of your life. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. I can live with that. Here they are. Hold on. Copy pasta. So it's like, it's a lot more manageable though. I mean, that's the thing, is like, I have pain. Yeah, you've seen those already, but I was like, I'm gonna have pain, but it's more manageable, and it really is. I mean, it is far better than what it used to be. But the discussion I had with my physical therapist is I eat with a mouthful. I think that the daytime is stuck right now until I do the next part. Boo. Is like, before my back blew out, I used to be really big in the weightlifting. So I was like, you know, when can I lift weights ever again? And guys like, well, depends on how much you want to lift and stuff like that. You gotta be careful what you're doing. I'm like, well, I used to be like kind of like almost like a power lifter. I was curling 60 pounds, which I think is like 110 kilos. Let's see. No, it's what I went the wrong way. Not 127. Good God, no. So it's like around 28 kilos or so. That's how much I'd curl. I know that those days are long gone, but it's like, you know, he's like, you can still weight lift. You know, when your back heals up, you get enough to it. But dude, where do you think I'm trying to go? Okay, so apparently I need to sail this direction and then go down south, because this is where I need to head up to. So I was trying to sail down this direction here. That's my thing about Twitter. I've known people who are like, I don't have Twitter. I'm like, you don't need Twitter to see people's profiles. It's like, If you just want to talk or respond back to them, then yes, you will, but you can just like look at people's stuff and go, okay, cool, you know. So I recommend, so like at the end of my streams, I always say check out my Twitter at Soul555. So that way, if I need to cancel my stream or whatever, something comes up, you know what's going on. You also know what I'm playing, things like that. So even if you're not signed for Twitter, you can still go to that, you know, at Warsoul555 and see what's going on with me. Okay, now time is actually progressing. Okay. You have Twitter, yes. You just don't check the news feeds in any way. Okay, that's fine. Alright, we'll worry about the fast sale later. We'll take it slow. We won't go fast. Game hates me. Wrong button. Yeah, probably, because I think I might have mentioned it, like, yeah, check out my Twitter, it's over here, and see the x-rays and other fun stuff. Almost there. This is never a good sign when you run into a storm in this game. Oh my god, I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna fucking kill this guy. Okay, I'm over in this section now. I literally need to go down here. No, this is not part of the Second Chance series. The reason why I'm playing this is because... well, that looks like a fun place to be that I can't get to, I know for sure. My Elgato HD60S, the third one I've had, has broken once again. And I'm trying to get it fixed. Like, I have video, but I have absolutely no sound. So I'm once again trying to get them to, you know, fix it and get me a replacement. And now they're like, well, due to COVID-19, it's taking longer for us to make responses. So it takes like a week, at least 5 to 7 business days, which is Monday through Friday, to respond back to stuff. So I got them on the phone and I cursed them out. I'm like, you will pull up my fucking shit right now and deal with this. They're like, well, due to like different COVID, things are slow. I'm like, can you pull up my account and look what's going on or not? Oh, okay, yeah, we can see there's a problem. We need to get you over to like tech support. Like to tier 2 tech support because we can't figure out what's going on. That's gonna be about 5 to 7 business days. I'm like, okay, you have like 3 days, and then I'm gonna call back and I'm gonna start swearing at you guys again just to get you to do this shit because this is this is bullshit. They're like, well, we have to transition to working at home and it's really hard to do. I'm like, it's not hard to do. I've done it for 4 years before I got my IT degree and changed jobs. It's like, it's not hard to do. You just basically look at an email, which is what he had to do, was say, oh, here's the files you sent us. Here you go. This is the problem. Either I can't see a problem, we need to have other people diagnose it, or not. And that's all they do. And they're just like, they're trying to blame COVID for all their stuff. I get the guy to admit, however, that they're having a whole bunch of broken HD60Ss and other products are breaking all at once. It's not a Windows thing. It's basically because Corsair bought them out. they've been making things cheaper and crappier, and everything is breaking because of it. So they are actually getting flooded with a lot of people having problems like I am having, like where the audio's going out, or the video stopped, or the EDIT broke. You know, I actually got the guy to admit to me that, like, yeah, they're getting a whole bunch of, like, failures and stuff coming in. They're working on trying to replace them. So what I'm looking at now, what I want to get when I get a job, is called a Cloner Alliance. It's the Flint 4K, I believe it is. It's basically, yeah, the Flint 4K P+. It allows you to do up to 4K video pass-through. You can stream exactly like you normally do on Elgato. It has almost no lag input, delay lag to it. It's basically like an Elgato for around the same price. So it's like, that's what I'm looking to get now. AverMedia, I've had friends recommend that to me, but they just tend to have like ridiculous amounts of delay to them, which is not good. I mean, especially when you try to speedrun Bayonetta 2 and you have a 2-frame window you need to hit and you're playing on a game monitor that's lagless, you don't want to have like 5 frames of lag put in from just your video card. It's like, from your capture card, it's like, no way. So Cloner Alliance is supposed to be really good. That's getting a lot of praise, but when I get a job, because I know like Elgato, I've only had this one for 6 months, I've been using it for 4, and this one crapped out my 3rd unit, so I'm still within their warranty that they have to replace it. So eventually when I get a job back on my feet again, I'm going to be buying a Cloner Alliance and chucking this thing in the garbage. Because their tech support is literally like, they fight you on everything. It's really simple. You could say, hey, my card exploded in the flames and killed my dog, and we replace it. They're like, well, we need to do technical, we need to tech it first and make sure it's working. Okay, have you tried unplugging the cables? It's like, it's on fire. Oh, okay, but we need to do this here first. Can you like check to make sure the cable's on? And then we'll check back with you in another 2 or 3 days and see what it is. It's like, you have to fight them to do anything. Well, it's basically, instead of acting as a straight out pass-through, a lot of them will start doing like video encoding. Like, okay, they're trying to encode it to like X264, whatever it is there, and then run it onto your computer display and run it that way. Instead of just handling it on the back end. That's what the HD60S does, is basically just a straight pass-through for a lot of things. It goes, okay, we're going to still do the encoding and stuff, but they figured out a way to do it faster. And things like AverMedia are just like too slow. They try to do all this stuff all at once instead of just doing a pass-through and working it on the back end. Oh, I just missed the boat. Yeah, so it's like the capture cards can actually add delay to it. And AverMedia have like some of the worst delay possible they can add. For instance, doing a simple pass-through and working on encoding later to stream, like having like maybe your stream output be delayed by like 1 or 2 seconds as it processes it. Not even that, but I mean, it's like, there's like, nope, we're gonna do everything at once and then pass it through to your primary display too. It's like, don't. Just do the pass-through, have the card handle the rest of it, whatever you're streaming, recording, whatever. Actually, if you're having that delay too, then it's affecting how you are able to play it. Hey, Twalis, what's up? Is that a gunboat? No. Went too far, wrong button. I don't think I'm lined up with it. Maybe I just got it. Oh, holy crap, I got it. Yep, I got that too. So I'm not sure if it's like, ooh, $200. Thank you. And I only have a limit of 500. Boo. So if you have GOG, GOG.com stands for goodoldgames.com. You can go there and download, like, basically they have Hitman Absolution, I think, for free for another 24 hours. Epic Game Store also has the Samurai Showdown Neo Geo collection, which is Samurai Showdown 1 through 5, and then 2 other versions of 5. It's really dumb. Keep doing 5 over and over again, but that's for free. It's normally like $40. So like the first week, if you get it now on Epic Games Store for free, you have it for free forever. So it's like, save yourself the $40, or just download the ROMs. I'm not going to judge you for that. And save yourself the money. Oh, good. You did get the Samurai Showdown collection. Excellent. Doo-doo-doo. I think they may own it now. I think so. Yeah, they were around before, but I think CD Projekt Red may have bought them out or entered in some kind of deal, because I know that they actually gave a lot of their games away. They've been distributing through them without DRM, which is nice. Well, it's all about basically like what type of games you play. If you're not really used to it, like Twellis plays, like the other day he was streaming Civilization 6, which is a game that would probably bore me to tears if I were to play it myself, yet other people love the series, which is why they made 6 of those games. It's just like, it depends all about your personal taste, really. Come and sail these seas on nights when the right half of the moon is missing. Give you shivers. So a ghost ship appears here. There is a ghost ship you can go to. Alright, and set sail again. Good job, game. Targeting it at its finest. It screwed me on that joy pendant. Strange submarines. Yes, they have candy and puppies. Unlike that van the other day, I'll tell you that. That guy lied. Really? Oh, you stupid piece of shit. Wow, I actually hit somebody with that for once. That never happens. Yeah, the Legend of Zelda games are great because nobody ever questions you coming into their house, stealing things, breaking their pottery. There's like, yeah, it happens. Ooh, empty bottles. Bottles are good. I like bottles. I'm not saved in a while. I should probably do that. Undertale, oh no. Undertale is an okay game to play. I have nothing against it. I just have, like, I'm just against, like, streaming it ever because it has one of the most toxic fan bases I've ever seen in my entire life. When Yellow Killer Bee was, like, streaming, before she retired from streaming, really, like, she'd message me, like, hey, I'm thinking about playing Undertale. I'm like, if you do, I'm turning off your chat because I'm not dealing with that. It's like, we're not done with it at all, ever. Because you get, like, people who are just not, like, you can tell, like, please don't tell me anything. I've never played this before. This is my first playthrough. I want to be surprised, and people will still backseat you on everything. If you make a step in a direction that they don't want, they will scream at you in all capital letters and like, you're playing the fucking game wrong. What's wrong with you? You not? It's like, dude, relax. It's a game. It's like them and like Overwatch are like some of like the two most like toxic like I've ever seen for communities. Like just watching people play and stream and have to deal with that. I'm like, I don't know how you could ever deal with it. That's where we must go, on Zelda, the Forest Haven. Yeah, I know, it's why we sailed here. Alright, this is the place I was looking for the waterfall you can go into. Mape here is this great tree rising far above the ocean's surface. Yeah, it's kind of funny because Overwatch started as like a almost like a straight off Team Fortress 2 clone, and that's pretty much what the early versions felt like. Inside it's a great Deku tree, by the way. You must go to the Deku tree and reserve the sacred gem. Those here is Pearl. And Vile Handmaid reached the most sacred places of the sanctuary, reached his fist deep inside and felt in there. But yeah, it's like, but now, like, you go on there, like, if you pick whatever character you want, people will just, like, scream at you that you're picking the wrong character, you're ruining the team. Somebody else tell them. You have to work in teamwork and everything else here. It's just like, it's insane. Yeah, it's hard to like not backseat too, especially with, like when somebody is like, you can see they're obviously like wandering around and not quite sure where to go. But you know, and that's where like if it keeps going on, like if you're really not sure, you always ask like, hey, do you need help or something? You know, do you want to know something or not? And like just ask at least instead of like, but people are just like, hey man, can I ask you, like, do you really want to know where to go here? Go here instead. It's like, you didn't ask a question. You didn't do this at all. You didn't wait, period. So that's another problem too. Yeah, people get really toxic about it. Like Overwatch and like I said, Undertale is like, if you don't play exactly how they played, those people will just go ape about it. They mentally break down. Like you've like killed their dog in front of them or something. It's insane. That's why I tell people, like, if you want to play Undertale, that's fine. Just probably, you know, to keep your sanity and your mods' sanity, don't ever stream it. Earthbound is another one I found out too, that if you ever stream that, the people usually come out of the woodwork about it, because it's quote-unquote their favorite RPG, but I'm going to tell you something right now. I think it's a very mediocre RPG, nothing special about it. It was a game that people did not buy when it was out. Yeah, exactly. It's like Earthbound. I remember walking into game stores around 96, 97, and they would have like humongous stacks of the special edition version of Earthbound, which would probably sell now for probably about $1,000. And they're like, and they were trying to sell them, get rid of them for like $20, and no one was buying it. And then all of a sudden, for whatever reason, people years later decide it's the best RPG ever made, and it's worth like it's a crap ton of money. It's not rare. I mean, they had just stacks of it. They overmade too many games. It's coming. It's like Mario Brothers. Everybody has it. But now, like the retro community is like, nope, this is rare. It's the best RPG ever made. It's like it's not that great. Chrono Trigger. That's an amazing game. That's overpriced, but it's amazing. But enough ranting about retro prices and stuff, Jay. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. It's always good to have you here, and thanks for the subscription as well. Like I said, you didn't have to do that, you know. Even though you accidentally slipped on it repeatedly there and gave that subscription, I'd appreciate it, buddy. You just have yourself a good evening, though. And I will catch you next time. Which would be, let's see, today is Saturday. This would be Tuesday, the 16th. I don't know if I'll play this or a different game, but I probably will do a full playthrough of this eventually. 4:30 a.m. Yes. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, good morning. Good morning. Yep, so get some sleep for sure. Guten Nacht. Deutschland. Which I don't know why we call it Germany. It's like only our, like, I've never understood why that is. Like, you know, Japan's called Nippon and the rest of the world calls it Japan. It's like, okay. Everyone's just cool with it. They're like, yeah, that's how it works. Yeah, Deutschland. Call it Germany. Everyone who calls it Germany is like, okay. Okay, I need to be up there to do it. Oh, and that was oh, that went well. This was a great decision I did. Yes, absolutely no problems whatsoever. Yeah. You see much fun? Or now's much fun? Come spiel mit mir. Come play with me, I think is what I just said. It's been a while. Spiel mit mir. So unfortunately, my German is very, very rusty. It's one of those things where I understand it, like spoken, better than I'm able to speak it. Because language is a very use it or lose it skill. Yeah, so Jay and Furry Pursuer are both in Germany. And I also have another viewer who used to be, he was in Belgium. Yeah. So I said we gotta get you watching on your laptop there, Twalis. Get yourself the ad block, or the U-block origin. You'll never see a Twitch ad again. Which is fine with me, because I don't get paid for those. If I manually run an ad, like I can actually hit a button right now and make you all watch an ad for whatever they decide to run on my channel. But it's like, I would paid for that. I refuse to do it. It's like, I'm not gonna do that to you guys. I don't like ads. Nope, because Microsoft Edge does not support add-ons. They have it for Firefox and Chrome. That's not the one. I think it's this one, maybe? I could be remembering this wrong, but I remember one of these things you have like a waterfall you go right into. And I did that wrong. Of course I did. Alright. Never mind, let's just continue with the game. I can do this later. Let's actually progress the story, you know? Move things along. Yeah, so that's not it there. Okay. So I had to roll it out. I can't remember where it is then, so... It's somewhere. I thought it was this place. Yes, mashups occasionally. Dumb things I find online, for sure. Like a cake boss and It's Aladdin skit, I already played those earlier. Twitter messages, the forgotten Hollywood stars. It's not one I'm familiar with, but like I said, I have uBlock Origin, so I don't see ads. No idea what they are. Game? Holy crap, it's not letting me do anything right now. I wonder if it's... Okay, I can do this, but... There we go. That was weird. Like, it would not let me move anything inside here. Do you get, like, spam whispers? Oh yes, when I actually had Andrew Bowen from Fox Hunt fame actually go like, "Hey man, play more of this game." It's like, "Yes sir." I can't argue with that. That'd be a really weird thing. Like, yeah, it's gonna have some kid just run into you. They'll become sentient and you can make, like, healing potions out of it. It's like, this is the weirdest dermatologist I've ever been to. Well, this is actually the Wii U version I'm playing right now. I don't have it. I actually own the GameCube version, which is what I used to play. This is my first time playing the Wii U HD remake, which actually went through and turned off the bloom from outside because it's got this really weird bloom lighting. You go outside, it just looks like way too bright and weirdly shaded. And I never liked it. You can actually turn it off in the emulator, so that's what I did. Yes, this guy is speaking the jibber jabber. Still understand it. I must apologize, I was in error. I saw your clothing and suddenly I felt a longing for an age long gone by, like Ocarina of Time, because this is a unofficial it's kind of like a pseudo sequel to it. It references back to it. It's not a complete and direct sequel to it, but it's a side sequel, I guess we call it. And the guardian spirit of this forest, the Deku Tree. Are you my thanks for your aid in ridding me of those foul creatures? Tell me, Was it not the King of Red Lions, the boat who speaks, led you to this place? So it is true. Tell him he owes me $20. And you've come here because you have need of the Pearl of the Goddess. I see, I knew there was a reason the monsters had begun to congregate in the regions around Wood. So there's amazing how much like sexual undertones are in this game, really. Monsters congregating around the regions around his Wood region. Yeah, we know, we understand it. I'm onto this perverted game. Haven't been this upset since Midas, those Midas commercials about men, sweaty men covered in oil talking about lube jobs, because we all know that it's all about sex, and Midas stands for men involved in deranged, awful sex, and I will not have my children exposed to this. Thank you very much. Yeah, in high school I had to write complaint letters. It was I can't remember what it was, like one of my literature classes I had for whatever reason. And we had to write like complaint letters to some company, and some people were like, "Dear Oscar Mayer hot dogs, I was not happy with the product that you had here. May I please have my refund? Thank you very much for this complaint. Have a good day." And I'm like, I wrote this like Southern Baptist perspective woman who was terrified that her kids were seeing gay, that Midas commercials were like about gay sex. And like I said, I wrote that Midas was men involved in deranged awful sex is what it stood for. I'm talking about lube jobs, and they're all sweaty there and trying to seduce my children. My teacher's like, "No, I'm not accepting this. Write something else." And I wrote another complaint letter along the same vein about Purdue chickens, talking about young tender thighs and sweet and big large breasts. Once again, exposing my children to horrible things and trying to corrupt the youth of the country. And she's like, "You're just gonna do this every single time with everything I tell you, aren't you?" I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "Okay, fine, I'll take this one. You get an A. Just don't write any more." Like, great. Rocks, little children of the woods. This traveler is not your enemy. Let your hearts be at ease and show yourself. Shrek is definitely not a children's cartoon. That's something like kids will watch it. But I remember watching Shrek, I'm like, oh, there are a lot of jokes that are, it's actually it's aimed for adults, but you can tell that's the jokes are gonna fly over the kids' heads a lot, but Shrek is not really a children's movie. What's up, Ronnie? Good to see you, buddy. What do you call yourself? Not Zelda? Well then, not Zelda. These are the Koroks, the spirits of the forest. They look really weird. They're no longer fairies, they're tree things. Once upon a time, long ago, Koroks took on human forms. They came to live on the seas that took these shapes. Why? We don't know. Ooh, testing out a 4K television. Sweet. And a new one to boot. Just remember, if you have it, you should, hopefully. A lot of TVs have it, like a game mode. So if you're ever playing video games on it, make sure that's switched on, because that's going to reduce down the latency, which can get pretty bad for 4K televisions. Actually, any television you have, really, that should do that. Like, one of the speedrunners for Bayonetta 2 was complaining about, he couldn't hit the timing links for Jean. And he told me, "Are you playing on a monitor, or are you playing on a TV?" He's like, "A TV." I'm like, "Do you have a game mode?" And he looked through, he's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Turn it on." And that was causing the problem, he didn't have it set on, and it was adding 5 or 6 frames of delay to it. It was insane. So he turned it on, and all of a sudden he could hit all the dodges and stuff. He's like, "Oh my god, this is amazing. Now I can play the game." Amazon had 43-inch Amazon Fire TV. Oh, I didn't know they had a special brand one that sells. So got one. First thing you do with the TV. Set the game mode. Exactly. Perfect. You are in the know. Alright, Korok's about to do this thing here. Yeah, we're just being boring as hell. We need to complete the ceremony. If we don't, evil falls us. Let it begin. Are you ready, children? No! Makar! What's the matter, Linder? You and Makar are always late. Let that out, great Deku Tree. Makar's fell into the Forbidden Woods. Why do we even have a Forbidden Woods? Yeah, I would go for Toshiba. Skip the Insignia. It's like when you buy, like, especially for TVs and stuff, it's really like the brand and how much you're paying into it really depends upon the quality. Like you buy the Walmart Black Friday special television, you know, the Sony. It's not a Sony TV, it's a Sony TV. Because it's like, oh, it's 4K and it's $150. Why does it look like crap? Because it's a crappy Sony brand. You paid $150 for your television. So Toshiba usually has a lot more, you know, better quality to it. Vizio is really good. It's kind of funny because Vizio started off as total junk, and then like as the years went on, they got better. Like Audi, those cars, the Audi cars started off as like they wouldn't usually like they were just known for being junk and piles of crap, and now they're like luxury cars because they just made themselves better as the years went by. Yeah, Emerson is like the only time you'll ever see those televisions. Pretty much is Black Friday. I don't know why. I had people ask that too, like, where's your Emerson televisions? It's like, it's not Black Friday and you really need to buy something better than that. Because half of those TVs, there was Orion, I think it was the other brand we used to have. Orion, Emerson, and Esonics, and something else. There's like 4 of them we used to have when I was department manager of electronics. And like half of them would be broken. Like we'd sell them all out on Black Friday and half of them come back defective. You know, it's like, can I get it for another one? No, there are no other ones. Buy a real television or we'll give you your money back, you know? We'll give you your money back and then put that money towards something else, but another $100 or whatever, buy a decent television. But yeah, Orions are junk. Emerson TVs are junk. It's like, there's so much of them are just terrible. I bought an Emerson 20-inch, I think it was, 19 or 20-inch widescreen. And I knew it was going to be total junk. I just wanted to have it in the room to like play Xbox 360 on like in the middle of the night type deal. Like I knew it was going to be terrible quality and stuff. Speakers blew out in it like within 3 or 4 days. But I got it for like $50. I was like, I didn't care. Like, whatever. Power button stopped working after a month. That's good. We have to turn it off by unplugging it. Yes, I know. Okay, so basically I just need to go save the stupid kid who fell into the Lost Woods. You can't fly through the air. Not Zelda. Climb to the top of my head. I'm going to like poop this out of the top of my head, go up there and pick it up. Slovenia, that's the other one. Slovenia actually used to be really good, and they fell down the crap scale, unfortunately. Westinghouses I haven't seen in a long time, but Slovenia, that was the other one I couldn't think of. That was total garbage too. Yeah, LG and Samsung are not too bad. I really recommend Vizio because they've really gotten pretty good for a really good price. And they tend to be pretty good for gaming usually too, so not a whole lot of delay. Especially when you start getting to like 4K televisions, you really need to start looking at response times because with whatever they did for 4K televisions, it just like jacked up response times to unbelievable numbers for a lot of things. So you gotta keep that in mind. Nope. Yeah, I actually have a 40-inch. I'm sitting right next to a 40-inch Vizio that I bought, gosh, about almost 10 years ago. Still works great. It's a 1080p model, and it's a 120 megahertz. All right, yeah, it's like it's 100 not a megahertz. It's a 120 hertz television, which was like really unheard of at the time. Yeah, Seki, I think, is a Walmart brand, if I remember correctly. It's been a while. So, like, the TV I have is a Vizio. It does to 1080p, which is fine because I don't care about 4K. You know, it doesn't bug me not having a 4K television, so 1080p is fine. It does 120 hertz, which makes everything look a lot smoother. You know, now, like, a lot of stuff now is still trying to make the transition to 120 or 144 hertz, really, is what the big thing is for whatever reason. I don't know why, because 120 should be just as good. Quite good that, Mr. Knight. Keep doing it to get all the way to the top. Shell facing the wrong direction. Don't panic, just tilt back and you land safely in the bud. Okay, where's the next one? Aha, okay. Well, I think Lauren will like it. Yeah, put it in her spare bedroom, for sure. Yeah, I think my parents bought like an Emerson, which is like what's in like the other room, like where my brother does his gaming with the PlayStation 4. It is like a real piece of crap television. It's got like bad speakers, the colors all washed out and everything else. It's like you get what you paid for. Whereas upstairs, they have a 4K Vizio. Which is really crazy because you hear people talking about like 8K, like, oh, 8K is going to be the best thing ever. It's like, a lot of things still are not even broadcast in 4K yet. It's like, let's just take our time and get where we need to be. And 8K takes insane bandwidth to run. It's just like, you know, just deal with what we have right now. 4K is out there. Video games keep trying to run it, but they can't run it like 30 frames per second a lot of times, which makes it stupid. So that's I'm just like, I don't care about 4K. Just make it 1080p 60 frames per second, and that's fine. Like even the PlayStation 5, I don't care about 4K or the new Xbox. Just make these games run 1080p 60, and I'll be happy. It's great. Well, those retro game collectors insist on CRT TVs, come to Walmart to buy them. Yeah, they haven't made CRT televisions, I think, in the past 5 years or something like that. So, TVs that people threw away are now becoming retro collector items, and they're actually, it's kind of funny because they are really good for retro games, because modern televisions don't display resolutions that low. A lot of these old video games were designed for 240p signals. And a lot of these things will lowest will go down to as 480i if you're lucky, or 480p. And everything looks terrible. Like you take your Super Nintendo, plug it into your modern high definition TV, it's gonna look like junk. Which is why things like the RetroTink that I have, the RetroTink 2X, is a line doubler. It takes that 240p signal, doubles up to 480p, so that way it can display on your modern HD television, and it looks a lot cleaner and a lot better. Looks almost like your CRT, which is funny because you have to have, like, they built these games for scan lines that we don't have anymore, and for lower resolutions that our TVs don't support. So it turns out that these old ancient technology CRT beast monsters are actually in high demand for retro collectors. I have three. No, let's see. I have two CRT televisions. So, you know, it's just for that purpose. And also light gun games, they don't work on modern televisions too. So if I want to play Virtua Cop, I have to use the controller, which is a problem when I was recording video for my footage for my video I was working on, which unfortunately has been delayed. But you know, it's like light guns for a lot of times don't even work on that, so you need to plug it into the old CRT televisions in order to play them. So I can't play Virtua Cop on my 40-inch LCD. Yeah, as Brian just pointed out, there's still games that have trouble with 1080p. Exactly. Just want to take advantage of this since the Xbox One X. Yeah, so if you take, like, it's really crazy. Like I say, if you take your Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, PlayStation, Sega Saturn, anything really like older that's gonna take those things, like anything, like even PlayStation 2, like if you go, like if it's not a 360, if it doesn't have HDMI support, so basically if you go into any system before PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, plug it into your modern television, it's gonna look like junk. It's gonna look like Vaseline, like Ronnie pointed out there. Like it's gonna be blurry, it's not gonna look great. You're gonna be playing like, oh man, this looks like, you know, like really terrible. It's like yeah, exactly. But then you have things like the RetroTink, which I recommend now since the problems have been worked out, all the kinks and audio problems have been fixed. It actually makes them look a lot better. I mean, it's like I have HD Retrovision cables for my Sega Saturn, and I run it through the RetroTink as well, then run that to my television, and it looks amazing. It's amazing how good you can get these things to look like on your HD TVs. But yeah, it's crazy. Yes, Twallace, playing Virtual Cop with a controller is quite the adventure. Let's see, so I need to put this to here. Yeah, it's not just the curved displays, it's actually how they process a lot more information. There's actually like videos on YouTube you can pull up which go on like really technical documentation. And I heard that somebody was working on some kind of adapter so you can actually like run it in and actually use light gun games on your current HD displays, because it's not like how they process and input out light. Modern TVs just can't do. And even what was it? I think it was the PlayStation, one of the gun cons, or something like for PlayStation 3, actually had like a video plug-in signal that plugged into the gun itself, and it read it that way, so that we can work with like HD TVs or just different televisions that have like, you know, LCDs and stuff. And somebody needs to make that on large and full, because I would pay money for that. That's kind of interesting because I have, for the original Xbox, I have the Silent Scope trilogy and the Silent Scope light rifle. And what's cool about that is that that light gun is actually compatible with HD televisions, because it runs in through a video signal through the gun itself, which is cool. So that way you don't have to, like, you can plug it in, play it on your 40-inch LCD, it's going to work. And that's super, super rare to find. Oh god, the VHF connectors with the forked prongs connections on the back there, Twallace. Oh, I'll take care of Makar. I'll kill him for you. That's what you want. That's what you want me to do, right? You hired me as an assassin. So, speaking of the old times and new games and so forth, I've unfortunately had to put my Sega Saturn project on hold. Pull up 2 televisions trying to hook up your Atari. Oh, good God. But anyway, I've had to put my Sega Saturn project on hold, unfortunately. You know, I'm still streaming like this. You know, people are like, well, just take that time from streaming to work on your video. It's like, it's mentally taxing to do, and this is more relaxing. No matter how beat and tired I am, I can just sit here and talk and play a video game. It doesn't take a whole lot of effort, really. And this is the only time I ever get to play video games, is once every other day, because I'm busy doing other things. Like, I got physical therapy tomorrow and helping take care of my mom and around the house and so forth. So probably won't be until after she passes for probably about another month or so before I'll be starting to work on that too. But got at least halfway done. So that's like another major point too. Like, I got to the point where I'm going to be starting to get together my review of Deep Fear. And that's like a big head scratcher, because I want to do some, like, I can't figure out how I'm going to link it all together and get it edited. Like, everything else at this point, I've had it lay out my brain on how I want to get it done. I have all the footage I need, but I just don't know how to put it all together for this one particular review, and that's kind of annoying me too. So I've gotten halfway. If you want to see it, I can play it on here. If you guys really want to see it, I think Ronnie's seen it. Like, as far as I've gotten, like, the halfway point, which I think the last review was Samurai Showdown 4 was the last one I got to, which is literally like the halfway point of the video. It's like 13 minutes long. Alright, so I need to... I can aim for this guy over here. I actually have an Atari 2600. I need to get like a coax to F adapter, because it's like, it's so old they don't make these things anymore to hook up directly. So, crap, wrong button. Hold down. Don't need hearts, I need magic. Really? You're gonna screw me on the magic? There we go. The Nintendo 64 version? Oh, yes, exactly. It had like, I'd had people come in, like, you know, the older generation, and they were wanting to buy a TV. And I'd ask them just straight up questions like, what are you planning to do with it? You know, because I can kind of point you in what might be better for you. People are like, oh, I'm planning on watching my old black and white copies of like Gunsmoke on VHS. It's like, do I need to buy this $1,000 television? No. No, you do not. You know? Oh, the remaster on Xbox One. Okay. Yes, get into the updraft. I know. I see it. I played enough Pilot Wings to know exactly where this is going. See the wind again. Actually, what's become like kind of rare as the top of like CRT televisions are DVD VHS combos. I have one. Really rare are also the DVD recorders too, like DVD VCR recorders. You actually burn the DVDs. Those are getting pretty pricey and up there. Oh, you assholes. On 3DO? Do the Apple II version. World War II mini-series on History Channel. Actually, History Channel doing World War II is a surprise. For the longest time, it's kind of funny because when the History Channel first started off, I used to joke that the H stood for Hitler because it was non-stop World War II constantly. Then they got new people in charge, and it was like aliens everything. Aliens built the pyramids. Like, this was History Channel, not like weird conspiracy, the Earth is flat bullshit nonsense channel, you know? And then they've kind of started to swing back a little bit more towards a little more on like actual history of World War II stuff. But then there's another thing, the American History Channel, I think it is, or something like that. My dad watches that, and that's like literally, that's like what History Channel used to be. It was like World War II nonstop. Gosh, what was it? Can't find a good copy of it anymore. Yeah, on YouTube. It sucks. I don't know why they removed it. But it's the whitest kids you know, like dinosaurs in the Civil War.
Well,
yeah, all you have now is like this really crappy point your camera at the television version, you know, looking at it there. But
I thought we could do.
see, this bitch should have a different video.
It was the summer of.
And they got the same video as some guy pointing off his television screen. That pissed me off. But anyway, it's like this like literally reminds me of like what the History Channel became, which is exactly what this is spoofing. So here we go.
It was the summer of 8.
Yeah, I'll turn it up here a little bit here, and we'll check this out. This is one of the things that cracks me up too. Forgive the terrible video quality, but or audio quality too, but we'll check this out. Here we go. Do I have a desktop preview? Good.
It was the summer of 1864. General Ulysses S. Grant was beginning to feel pressure from Washington to wrap up the war before the presidential election that fall. Grant had moved his cavalry units to Trevilian Station, a crucial railroad hub that would help paralyze the Confederate city of Richmond, Virginia. General Lee knew that this would be a death blow, so he took half of his available units and sent them to defend the station. Then he sent a battalion around the Louisa Gorge to try and flank General Grant and capture him before the battle even began. This is high stakes. The war could go either way from this point. On the evening of June 11th, as Grant's men lay sleeping, General Robert E. Lee led close to 400 men through the night to the ridge behind the Union Army's camp. They silently crept through a large cornfield when they stumbled onto a herd of sleeping velociraptors. The carnage that ensued left 260 Confederate soldiers dead, and some believe tipped the battle, and thus the war, to the North. We'll return to Dinosaurs and the Civil War, only on the History Network.
That's great. Bravo. Nicely done.
Are we concerned at all that this didn't happen?
What do you mean?
Well, this didn't happen.
There were dinosaurs and there was a civil war.
Not at the same time.
It's like we took two documentaries and we put them in the same time slot.
Look, we work for the History Network. I feel like it's our obligation to make sure that some of this stuff is historically accurate.
Some of that stuff was historically accurate.
I feel like it's my obligation.
Well, the history professor in the show seemed to think
That's another thing. You are not a history professor. You can't just go on TV and say that you are
I
one.
was acting like a history professor.
You know, I would just like to say that dinosaurs and baseball got us the highest ratings of last year. I mean, people love this stuff.
Yeah, I think you're outvoted here. So what were some of your ideas?
Well, I thought we could do a piece on the Magna Carta. I mean, most everyone knows about the Magna Carta,
Say they didn't.
but not everyone knows the details or the significance of the document. I thought we could do a real nice 6-part series on it.
You know, I like that idea. I just feel like it's missing something.
Yeah. Doesn't have that oomph.
What if we took the Magna Carta and infused it with the legend of Bigfoot?
Bing.
You know what? Never mind.
Okay, moving on. What if we did a special called Prostitutes Now and Then? It would take a look at the world's oldest profession, from the dawn of man to the future, when prostitutes will be robots.
You know what?
They
Have the
actually
CG
did that.
Department make a simulation of what it would look like if one of those old-timey prostitutes were totally making out with one of the future sexy robot ones.
Oh, that would be great.
See-through battle monsters.
What did you just say?
That's my idea. See-through battle monsters.
No, when I left tenure to come work here at the History Network, I thought it'd be different.
I know, isn't it great?
Yeah, I thought it was gonna blow.
Yeah.
All right, as everybody knows, next week is Hitler Week, and this year's spin is... was it really that bad? Where are we with programming?
Hitler vs. Sharks is almost done, and I can't wait to see who wins.
That's like literally what the History Channel became for like many years. All right, 10 watt Nyoko speakers. Nice. All right, here we go. Back to the game. Because I've been like so distracted, like off and on. This is like probably one of the worst streams I've ever done for just being distracted and going off target and everything else. Can't say Robert E. Lee anymore. Is that banned? Is that verboten? Okay, so I have a question here. This thing's already unlocked? Where does it go then? That just spits me right out. Okay, because I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't get the other one unlocked. Well, everything's racist these days. It's like when you get called like racist or Hitler because you point out that the First Amendment of the United States of America protects speech that you don't agree with. It's the most important one, which is why it's the First Amendment. You're like, no, you're just racist. You're a Nazi. It's like, I don't think you understand what the Nazis were, really. Nazis were socialists. No, they weren't. Like, it's right in their name. I don't know, it's like all of a sudden it's like, you know, like the George Floyd thing here should not have happened at all, ever. Minnesota has a big, humongous problem with their cops, and they have for a while. Almost all the major shootings that have come out, you know, that have happened have been, in the last 3 years, have been in Minnesota. Especially Minneapolis. So, I mean, that should not have happened, but it seems like all of a sudden we have, like, this major PC culture is all of a sudden made it back, like, a return after, like, being gone for, like, 4 years. All of a sudden, like, it just came back in full swing. Yeah, it's always like the people also accusing like one party or the other of being fascist. They have no idea what fascism is at all. You know, it's like, it's crazy. It's like people just latch onto these words and go with it, and they have no idea what the hell they're talking about. It's like, how do you function in life? You got the thing! Dragon map. Dungeon map, I should say, not dragon map. Dragon map would be cooler, but no. Alright, so I think I need to grab... Where did that thing go? Take it and smash it in the door. Wow, okay, that was unexpected. You voting for Ursula? Yes. So basically what I'd like, here's my dream team, okay? Is you have Christopher Walken for president, you have Gary Oldman for vice president. Because think about it, you get those two together, no country in the world would ever screw with us. They'd be too terrified. You know, and why maybe like Gary Oldman, I'm talking like the professional Leon, you have that version of him be in there, just like the coked up, insane, I'm gonna kill you type, you know, version. Just have those two together. Like, world peace would break out. They're like, we don't want to deal with America anymore. I mean, these guys are just crazy as hell. It's like, yeah, you know, you don't behave. Send Chris, you know, send him over there. Bomb you. It's like, people like fall right in line. Poverty solved, everything. It'd be great. Ugh. Yeah, so this is the place where you get the boomerang, which is very useful. Yeah, I don't think I can get to anything right now. Oh god, no. Why would you even do that? Put her in charge of like school lunches, all the kids get sick. It's like, Rachel, you can't have kids just eating mayonnaise, rancid mayonnaise, and olive oil with raisins and call it a soup. That doesn't work. I don't care how much money you think it's gonna save and if it's delish. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like what I would like if I had to put her like in a position. I don't know like what it would be like. I'm trying to think of, like the most useless branch of like or department that you could have in the United States government, and she's still like underqualified for it. Barry, don't need you, buddy. Oh god. Let's see here. Let's look this up. What does Google have to say? List of federal agencies in the United States. Said one, having her in any of these departments would be a terrible, terrible thing anyway. No matter where you go, she'd screw it up, but if I had to stick her somewhere, I'd put her in the government commissions and committees consortium for retirement agencies. Basically, have her like be in charge of like the railroad retirement board. You know, put her in some place where she can't do too much damage. Yeah, but the problem is, like, she'd be, like, causing most of that waste with her food. I mean, I guess you call it technically, like, recycling, I guess, but... But it's just like War Games that Ronnie has still not seen for some weird reason. The ending of War Games. Nuclear war, the best options to not play. Which is like the same thing. It's like, just don't even have her in your agencies. Don't even hire for anything. Yeah, last time I checked, he's never seen it for some reason. Dude, everyone's seen War Games. It's been like on television for years. It caused problems because like they actually showed like freaking techniques to get free phone calls and stuff from Ma Bell, and they got sued for that. It's a classic. All right, Nimix. You better listen to what the wife says because she wants you to go to bed. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, say no more. Get some sleep. So I'll be back streaming this. I'm going to keep playing for probably another 15-20 minutes. Maybe try to beat this dungeon. I know this one's kind of longer. I'll be back on the 16th. I'm not sure I'll be playing. I'll probably take a break from this, but I do want to play all the way through this game if possible. So I'll be playing something different on Tuesday. But we're going to continue on this for sure. I'll probably end up doing a full playthrough of this eventually. Yes, Snoo Snoo. Death by Snoo Snoo. Alright, let's see. The War Games was free on YouTube. It's not one of their free movies, but actually Terminator 1 is a free movie. On YouTube, of all things. YouTube does have like free movies. They just run ads with them, but if you have an ad blocker, then you don't even see those. So, yep. All right, Nimix, catch you later, buddy. See you next time. Have a good night. Rest up. So why would you watch that, Twallace? I mean, seriously. We gotta have a talk about your movie choices here. Okay, so I guess it's gotta be this one here then. Oh, it's on Prime Video. Cool. Yeah, because I know they have it for free on YouTube. Like I said, it's YouTube with ads. But if you have like uBlock Origin or ad blocker or anything like that, then you will just never see those ads. It's like, hey, free movie. Well, that does work on them. Cool. That's easier. Okay, I can't get there just yet. Excuse me. Alright, so let's see. Survey the room. Yeah, this is what I remember not liking about this dungeon. It's like you gotta get like some pretty good wind placements. $20. Alright, so where do those things go that I threw down here? They explode. Probably exploded. You know, I've discovered that people haven't really kind of caught on to, at least I don't think they have, but I've told people this before and sometimes they get like, no it's not, you're just stupid. But Terminator 2 is pretty much almost a retelling of Terminator 1. Just slightly different themes to it. A couple different tweaks here and there. It's almost the same movie. Drop. I mean, Terminator 2 is a great movie. I mean, if you've never seen... Oh, I need to turn down the game volume. I had it that way up too loud. If you've never seen the uncut version of Terminator 2, that is an amazing movie. And it makes you realize that James Cameron is totally insane for his movie choices for a lot of times for what he decides to cut. Usually it's like the best stuff he decides to cut out of his movies. It's crazy. And Terminator 2 is like no exception. There's one scene I can see that got cut completely. The Blu-ray I have, actually I think it's the DVD version, actually put it back in. It's the part where Robert Patrick, the T-1000, is like in John Connor's room and he's like feeling everything, because there's like one small line that if you didn't pay attention to it and hear it, basically it's like the T-1000 is able to like feel things and copy things he can touch, and like he can also sense different like materials like that by touching things. So he's actually like feeling for like hidden objects and stuff just by running his hands and everything. So the test audience was like, we don't get this, it makes no sense. Like, and then he finds the tapes that Sarah Connor had recorded for him. That scene being cut out, I can understand. That's fine. But everything else in Terminator 2 was like amazing. Like the fact that Linda Hamilton has a twin sister, identical twin sister, and they brought her in because they, basically they changed the movie like from Arnold's like, well, I can just learn by watching people, and it used to be the original one's like, well, I can learn, but you need to like cut open my head, pull out my chip, reset the pin, and put it back in, and then I can learn and it'd be more human and like adapt and be able to blend in more. So instead of having like a mirror shot, they actually brought in Hamilton? I can't remember. They brought in her twin sister, and they had to mime each other, like mimic each other's movements perfectly. This big long thing there. It's an amazing scene, really tense, really cool. And James Cameron was like, well, I thought the movie was too long, so I cut this out. You have to kind of like all these other things that go along with it. Like one of the things that I really liked, I thought was really cool, was the fact that the T-1000 was actually like, it gave you hope, because you could see after it was frozen and shattered and put back together, reconstituted, if you will, that it was glitching up, it was making mistakes. And you still see glimpses of it after that happens in the theatrical cut. Like you see like these ripples go through him all of a sudden as he's stalking everyone through the factory. But in like the original version, like his like you see his feet are like melting into the floor and copying that. He accidentally brushes up against a railing and his hand goes striped because the railing itself was striped. And it gives you like this sense of like, well, you can't actually damage or kill these things. Like, they're not unstoppable monsters. They do have weaknesses. You just have to freeze them with liquid nitrogen, which is really hard to do. But, and then Gene Cameron's like, well, I didn't want to give people hope. It's like, so I cut it out. It's like, dude, come on. All right, so there's the door I need to go to over there. So take you, walk carefully on the edge. I think the T-1000 smiling, or not, I think not the 1000, I think it was Arnold, the T-800 or 101, whatever he was called. I think him smiling was another, that was another scene that got cut, was like him learning how to smile. That got cut too. It's like, why would you, because he had to like learn how to do things. I think that was one that was cut, I'm not sure, it's been a while. Come on, game. There we go. Oh, just $10. Nice. Okay. Totally worth it. Alright, so... Yep. You got something? What did I get? Compass. Alright, see where things are hidden in the dungeon. Neato! There's another one there. I think I can... Nope. I think I might be able to throw it through those. I'm not sure. Oh, I can. Cool. That. Did it bust it? It did. Good. Okay, so I need to work my way back over through there, figure out my way through the pseudo maze. Come on, game. Relax your hitboxes. Yay! Whew. Not hard, it's just kind of annoying, really. Alright, let's go jumpity jump. Okay, so the only thing in this room was the key? Really? Alright, so I can go back somewhere. Right over there. Alright, cool. Come at me, game. Come on. Come on. Come on, bro. Come on. That's right. Chicken. Chicken. Hmm? Are you cuckoo? Oh. You really need a boomerang. I mean, this place is like really... This like dungeon being long. Kind of started regretting, oh man, these things, I forgot about these things. Okay, everyone done finally? Jeez. Okay, there we go. Oops, that was really dumb. That was all on me. Can't blame bad camera angles or something like that. It was like, nope, you did not zig where you should have zagged. Alright. I swear the lock-on for this version of the game, of the HD version, is like problematic. So I remember not having this many issues with like just trying to kill basic things or like land the jumping A's, where basically you have them like targeted on. It's like even right there, it's like, come on, hit them. I don't know if it's an emulation thing or just this version or what, but it's like, it just seems to be an ongoing problem, really. That can't be great. Mothra's angry at me. I think this is the boomerang, finally? Please be the boomerang. I need the boomerang. Yay, the boomerang, alright. Yes, this is gonna be another problem. So, unfortunately, with this game, like the original GameCube version, when you pulled up your weapon like this, you use the left analog stick to aim where you need to be. Except for in this version, it makes you move around. You have to use your right thumbstick, which is kind of weird because you then have to hit the Y button. So you got this kind of funky claw grip. You have your thumb on the analog stick, and you gotta kind of curl your finger, put your finger in order to like hit what you're going for. It's not really thought out. This is one of those times where they're just like, well, let's modernize the controls and dual analog sticks that we didn't have originally in the original version. But they didn't really think about like, okay, maybe you should probably keep it the way it is, or have an option to use that control method where you hit the button and those things that normally lock you in place are going to go through and actually work appropriately. Cool, that works too. Okay. So I know the game wants you to like target these things and you can use them to kick open the door, so to speak, but it's like, why should I? I was not sure if I was going to make that or not. Alright. Joy Pendant. You need 20 of these Joy Pendants for a... like a side op or a side mission. Why is it making me... Okay, that's really weird. So I got 15, so I need to have at least like... I think it's like... They say 20, but you really need 21 of them. Unless they fix that in this version. It's like, I know I'm gonna die, never mind. Hey, please give me some magic, thank you. Oh, so that's what that does. Okay, I didn't really want to go back up, but the game's kind of forcing me to do that right now. So what does the map say? Okay, nothing really important either, but like I said, it's gonna come in handy a little bit later. One of the side quests. Okay, so this is the big key room. Can I use the boomerang to knock that off? Probably not. Cool, alright. So I have a way to at least jump back into the game if something happens, which is good to know. So I'm thinking like, oh, this plays is so long, I'm thinking, well, maybe I'll finish it next stream, but it's like, if I stop, then I have to redo almost everything, like it's gonna put me down, like, put me right back at the beginning entrance, you have to fight your way all the way through all this all again. I'm like, nuts to that, let's just keep plowing through. And ooh, that looks fun. That's not what I was trying to do. How I meant to do, by far, by a long shot. Ah, God damn it, game. $10. Okay. You're not gonna give me a way to get back up? You're gonna drown me? There we go. It's like everything in this game so far should have. Here we go. There. Now it's working. Hit the right button and it works. Come on. Yeah, I've noticed with this, it's got to be either emulation problem or a problem with this version of the game, where it's like button presses. Like, I don't remember it having to be a double press for the boomerang. Ever. If you held it down, it would prime it, so then you could do like a first person aim, but I remember just like, even when you're trying to do a normal attack, like if you do like this, you're fine. If you're locked on, I remember just like chucking it through instantly. So you gotta like double tap it. It's kind of like the when you play Virtual Cop on the Sega Saturn with a controller, it forces you to double tap to reload, which doesn't always work. So one of the things I talked about in my review is that for whatever reason, sometimes you have to like, it'll take like 5 or 6 presses before the game goes, oh, you're trying to reload. And then Virtua Cop 2, they're just like, well, hey, one button should reload your gun. It's like, yes, it should. Okay, survey the room. Did the game seriously screw me right here? No, it didn't. Okay. I was like, it put me into a locked room that I cannot get out of. Oh, come on. Grab on, Link. We're not Zelda. Yeah, I remember like of all the dungeons in this game, this one being the most frustrating for me to do. It's just because it takes so long. It's so intensive. Thankfully, the rest of the dungeons are, in my opinion, if I remember correctly, they're not anywhere near this length. Didn't fall in, just sat there with a lip. Oh, come on, physics. Work with me, buddy. Work with me. There we go. Treasure chart. Oh, God. Wasted my time. It's good to see I wasted my time on just doing nothing here. It's gonna make me drown. Nope, there's the ladder. Okay. Eventually. Yeah, I think the fire was like near the end though. Now I'm going to have to deal with this weird claw grip control. Having to double press the boomerang to get it to work. If the Fire Temple is like one of the last 3 dungeons in the entire game, it's pretty crazy. Please let this be the big key. Go to ASMR Twitch stream, read the chat. Creeps, white knights, and oversensitive individuals. Yeah, I was thinking like, I instantly thought that in my head like, oh man, it's just gonna be like a whole bunch of weird creepers, simps, and everything else. And yeah, it's exactly what I thought it would be. I never really understood the allure of ASMR, to be honest. It's just not for me, really. Come on, game. Let me do shit right now, huh? Throw the fucking... Oh my god, that's right, it's set on the wrong button you can't do that with. There we go, now it's working. So I don't know if it's an emulation problem or what, or a problem with this version of the game in particular. I don't think so, because people speedrun it using this, but it's like, there are obvious control problems with this. It just seems like annoying to have like somebody whisper in my ear, just like, okay, we need you to relax right now. Relax. Give me your credit card number and your social security number. Relax. It's like, okay, this is getting annoying. It's like, get out of my ear. Alright, so I'm still trapped in here. Everyone's dead. The game just glitched and trapped me in here. We're gonna have to like do this to like reverse the door. We'll see. Yeah, repetitiveness, and then you have like the ASMR like ear sets, I guess you kind of call them, where people like the binaural, people like whispering into those things. Then I'm also sure you have creeps who are like licking those too, and everything else. Yeah, okay, so I'm pretty sure the game just glitched up and may have trapped me in here. No escape. Oh, nope, nope, I take it back. There's a grapple point. Okay. So again, oh my god, it's like, did the game just pull that on me? It did not. Thank goodness. I'm like, oh man. As soon as I get the key, it's like, nope, you're boned. It can be nice in real life, but not like audio. It's like, this is weird. So I got a question where you're going on the internet a lot of times here, Twalis, when you're finding like ASMR streams and ear-licking people. It's like, where are you going with this place? Alright, so I need to go this way. Pretty sure I need to go this way. Yes. Oh, so you're gonna pull this? Really? That's what we're gonna do? God damn it, game. Quit fucking with my camera. Yeah, it's gotta be this version of the game. It's got some really weird layout problems and controls, and it does not... I mean, I hate this as much as I hate the GameCube controller. Yeah, it's everything's reversed. As much as I hate the GameCube controller, it's like this game was designed for it. It is not designed for this at all. God damn it, game. No! It is like literally stuck me into there. I can't get out of it. So I need to reset emulator. Make sure... That's fine. That's not a design flaw whatsoever. I did not think this version through. Well, I think it's just this version, because I mean, this game was literally designed for the GameCube controller and layout. It's a single stick game, much like Metroid Prime was. And then when you start making it so you have to use two analog sticks instead, things don't work out. You have to make things like, okay, well, in the past when you hit the boomerang button, if you were locked on, it just instantly throw it. Now we have to make it double tapped, so that way you can possibly do a single first-person view that they added into this game. Or... you know, or you have to do this weird claw maneuver in order to hold down the button that you need to aim it with, and then use the right analog stick instead of the left to aim where you need to be. It's really weird. Yeah, Prime had control issues too, but it wasn't really controller issues. It's just more of adaptation, really. Which is more of what it was. It was like you just had to adapt to being on a single stick. And this game was designed for the same way. Like when you press the boomerang button, you'd be instantly here, but you'd use your left stick because that's all you had to aim like this. Right now I'm using my right stick. So basically you're planted in place. But now you have to use the right analog stick, which means you have to do this weird funky claw grip. which is not the easiest thing to do in the world. Try to aim your boomerang and do all this stuff. Plus, so you have to double tap it instead to just do like one shot with your boomerang. You have to press once to prime it, then the other time to shoot it out. So it's like, okay, I don't know why, but here we are. But hey, at least though, you know, the game's screwing up there and locking me into that bad controller method actually sped things up. It put me like right within reach. I have to work my way back to the boss room. I'm here already. So let's get this boss done and end the stream for tonight. Sparkar, the moron! It's kind of like when people play GoldenEye and they're like, for Nintendo 64, like, this game is terrible, it sucks. The game doesn't suck, you're just not used to aiming with a single controller. Like, you know, having to press R to get the free aim, hold it down, and then use the left analog, use the analog stick to aim it that way. You're not used to it. You've grown used to dual stick setups. You know, it's just more of an adjustment is all you have to really think about that way. However, this double tap bullshit like this is, and bad cameras, like, it's not working out for this version. You have to use the right analog stick to aim where you're going. You also need to use it to see where you're going too, so it's doing double duty. It's not working out as well. Yeah, this is, like I said, I'm playing the Wii U version right now, which is why this is aggravating. Because you have to use these funky controls that they put into this game because they're like, we're gonna modernize it for dual analog sticks. It's not built that way mechanically. I mean, dual analog sticks controllers existed at the time, but not for Nintendo consoles. And so this game was designed for one stick in mind. But when you all of a sudden change it to be, whoa, come on game. When you suddenly change it up there to be dual stick, it doesn't work. And of course, we had to have emulators down. That's not the Wii U. That's just emulation bug slowing down. Is it dead yet? No. Thank you, Fairy. There we go. Yeah, it's also annoying too is that this boss hurts you no matter what. Like, you have to go in to hit it to kill it, but then it spits you out, which hurts you. So it's basically a tank, you know, damage tank fight. I think it's the one, if you're not careful, you can walk right into the teleporter out and like not get the heart piece, and you have to go all the way back to the dungeon to get here, which fortunately this one's not too far. Yeah, this one's not too bad, but you gotta be careful when you start walking out of the cutscene. Swordsman, are you the one who rescued me? I mean, do your eyes work? You have my thanks. When all went dark around me, I thought my time on Earth was over. This is planet Earth? Oh my god, Kevin Costner's Waterworld was correct. What have we done? Why are you here, swordsman? What? The great Deku sent you? That's right, today is the day of our annual ceremony. I'm in trouble, shouldn't be here. Must get out of here immediately. Give me the heart. Let's go quickly. Yes, we should. I need to pick you up? No, just run. I think it's the one where he starts spinning around in circles. Yeah, so I just want him to get where he's going, and he just like pukes. Like, spinning around too fast, like in Metal Gear Solid 3, when you spin Snake around inside the X-ray view, you go jump back into the game, he just like pukes. Car, you have returned safely. The sacrifice was a failure. I know you warned us many times, but I still did not listen, because I am stupid. Don't worry, you're safe now. Just be more careful from now on. No! Smack him! You've done well, not Zelda. Must thank you for your brave deeds. Okay, I don't have a nose here. It's just not shaded. Okay, there we go. I move around my computer model more. I can get different shading and see it. Here it is. Here is that which I have promised you. Please accept it. Accept it! Yeah! Here is Pearl. The Earth Spirit, the Deku Tree, has seen fit to give you the jewel. Treasure of the Goddess Feor. I hope that this pearl shall lead you to a fair destiny. Also, Makar, do not cry. Play your song for me as you always do. She starts playing Friday by Rebecca Black. I think that was her name. Sorry to keep out waiting. Let the ceremony begin. Oh, great. Not Zelda. Yeah, Friday. Rebecca Black was the one who sang Friday. Anyway, thanks to you, I shall play even harder than I normally do. Please don't. Not on my account. Well, also this game came up before that song existed too, so... Not this version, but the song or the game originally. Wow, the song's terrible. You don't even have strings. He rubs them together and just starts a fire from the friction. Burns down, kills everybody. Yeah, just jumped to like 15 frames per second there for a second. Game's like, we're not expecting this. Whoa, look at the nuts on those guys. Great Deku Tree, this year you have once again produced some splendid seeds. I need an adult. This game's got very sexual undertones. These seeds will continue to spread across a great sea. Let's go, Koroks, to the sea! See you next year. Au revoir. Here the Koroks perform a ceremony, fly off the distant islands of the sea, and plant my seeds in the hopes the new force will grow. Forests hold great power, but I mean, where are they going to grow? I mean, it's like you have these tiny little islands, which you could barely fit a house on for a lot of times. It's like you don't have room to grow forests. You'd be using that desperately to try to grow food because they establish that there's no fish in anywhere on this planet. They say that, but then you encounter sharks later on, so I think they're lying. You know, you're chasing trying to prevent the dream from ever coming to pass. It's not Zelda. Fate's tied to the fate of this world. You must proceed with great care. Neat. Okay. So that is that. And with that, we have reached the end of the stream, so thanks for hanging out, everybody. I do appreciate it. Of course, shoutouts to Twalis, Ronnie, Nimix, and Jay, and there was some other guy who came along here earlier, And unfortunately, your name is scrolled off. I apologize for that here, but thanks for showing up here earlier. And also, Jay, for the subscription, too. I mean, that was really unexpected. It's one of those things I joke about. You don't need to subscribe ever. Just hang out and have fun. So, I normally stream at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, or 8 o'clock. We so used to saying 8:30 for so many years. 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you don't know when that is, just type it into Google and it will tell you for wherever you are in the world. Also, check me out on Twitter at Warzel555. If something comes up, either like, health-wise, like myself, or family member, like I said, my mom's in hospice and she's unfortunately declining in health. You'll be notified there if I need to cancel for whatever reason. My sister's actually showing up tomorrow, so I'm not sure how things are going to work out. Who else is going to be coming to see, like I said, their last goodbyes to my mom before she finally passes. So keep an eye on there. If a stream has to get canceled, you'll be notified there in advance. Next stream, let's see, it's Tuesday, it's Monday now. I live on the East Coast, so it's 12:14 in the morning, but next stream will be Tuesday, the 16th. I'm going to give... No, my sister doesn't care for streaming or anything. She doesn't really play video games, so no point in having her here. And like a lot of my family, we don't get along. We are very dysfunctional. We forgot to put the fun in dysfunctional. So next stream will be on the 16th. I'm going to give Wind Waker a break for one stream. We're going to play something different. And then we'll come back, and I plan on to do a full playthrough on this. So I will figure out what I'm going to be playing next time. And maybe we'll do Guts and Glory. That might be fun to kind of mess around with or something. We'll figure it out, and I'll let you know on Twitter. So keep your eyes peeled for that. But for now, thank you so much for hanging out, and hopefully see you guys next time on the 16th. Ooh, Samurai Showdown. That's a good suggestion, Wallace. I might do that. I do have that collection. We can give that a shot. So let me write that down. That's a good idea. Thank you for that suggestion. Down collection. All right, good idea. So we might go through and play some of those games on stream and try those out too, see how they play. So thanks for hanging out, and hopefully see you guys on the 16th.